Hello, everybody. This is Agent Ice, and we are back again today. Gonna do some Sonic 3 and Knuckles. So we are, and we're going to play through it as Amy Rose. Probably going to start with her by herself, and then maybe do Amy Rose with Tails. But yeah, we're gonna try to do at least 2 playthroughs, going for 100% as usual. So we'll be collecting all the emeralds. Should be a fun time. All right. Let's get started. All right. Uh-oh. Why is my controller... There we go. My controller wasn't behaving for a second. All right, so we'll just do Amy by herself first. Why is... Oh, wait a second. I gotta remake that. Oh my goodness. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. We're off to an excellent start, as always. All right. Amy Rose is kind of an interesting character, and you know, people tend to have very different and often very strong opinions about her. Whether it's about kind of her original iteration or the newer one they've kind of been starting that we really got a glimpse into with Frontiers. Now, I know in the comics she's kind of done a lot of stuff. I don't really want to get into the comics too much since the stream's about the game, and I don't really concern myself a whole lot with the comics either. But definitely an interesting character. I think the first game I ever played that had Amy in it was Sonic Advance for the Game Boy Advance, and it's been a very long time ago. At some point, I do want to go through and play the Game Boy Advance games. Of course, I'd have to emulate it, and I don't know. Nintendo's been very weird about emulation stuff lately. Very big reason why I haven't really been playing anything that's been on a Nintendo console for a while. And probably won't. I get wanting to protect your property and everything, but, you know. You gotta find a balance. Alright. Well, we got our first emerald under our belt. So, of course, I'm going to try to grab these more or less as early as I can. Because I always like to get the emeralds out of the way. Bam. But yeah, I never had CD, so my first real exposure to Amy Rose was in Sonic Advance. And she had an interesting moveset in Advance, and it's kind of a shame in some ways they've gotten largely away from it. You know, we're not going to go after that. I don't need those. One thing I really liked is she had a really high jump that she could do while crouching. That was super useful. And also, hitting these springs with her hammer would send you flying, I think, twice as far and twice as quickly. Really cool mechanic, and I don't think it's ever been revisited in an official Sonic game since. Now, of course, her lack of ability to roll kind of handicapped her a bit in those older games, but it also gave her some unique movement. Of course, she didn't have the spin dash she could skip, but she could skip up, like, any graded surface. She's kind of like the horse in Skyrim. You just go straight up that mountain. I don't even know. I guess I am kind of just grabbing the rings. I don't normally do that, but just kind of started doing that. Let's see. Where's the last few? And of course, she showed up in the other advanced games, and then Sonic Adventure, I think, is the second thing that I played where she showed up. And back in the day, I mean, I was playing the re-release on the GameCube, but back in the day, Adventure was pretty fun. I think they made a lot of really good improvements in Adventure 2. It's just kind of a shame we didn't get to play as Amy in that game. But I understand why, too. They were going for a specific format for that game, and she wouldn't have really fit it. Right? Because Team Dark and Team Hero, they both kind of... They had their treasure hunter, their speed person, and then their shooter person. Amy doesn't really fit in there at all. And I don't think too many people like the way she played in Adventure. Especially since she was so slow moving. Alright, let's see. What do I want to do here? Now, I do like that you can hit your jump button again to make her kind of spin around with her hammer in air. That's actually pretty useful. Wow, we're going to be one ring. Oh, wait, there we go. We got a life. I thought we needed it. Yeah! Just digging up those items. That was a good bounce. I really love these elemental shields. I wish they made their way into more Sonic games. I mean, sure, we got elemental shields in the Generations games, but that's kind of it. After Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I can't think of any other really... Well, I take that back. You do have the magnetic shield in the adventure games, but I don't think we got a fire one or an aqua shield or anything. From what I can remember. You know. But they're pretty cool, especially if you play as Sonic, because Sonic always kind of, to me at least, he always kind of seemed lacking compared to the other characters, because his moveset's kind of basic. But with the elemental shields, it gave him a lot of options for mobility, and also for how to fight things. Oh. Whoops. We're not going to get the life down there. There's no need. We've got max coins right now. I know with Origins, this is something that I was discussing with some folks yesterday. So a lot of people, I guess, didn't realize that Christian Whitehead and Headcanon worked and did Origins pretty much on their own. And it's funny because Whitehead gets praised a lot for his work, but with Origins, so many people complained about it. Now, not saying the game doesn't deserve any complaints, but it is kind of funny how a lot of people hate on it. It almost seems like because they think it was made by Sega, and it really wasn't. As I remember, I was watching another person's stream, and they were going on about Sonic Origins is such a terrible game. Sega should have never released it, but that's, you know, par for the course with Sega. They're pretty terrible, and I'm like, well, Sega didn't really do much with Origins. And like I said, I told him Christian Whitehead and his team worked on this, and he couldn't believe it. He's like, what? He made a bad game? It's like, well, did you think that the ports were bad before they were incorporated into Origins? The only thing they really had to do was kind of change the interface a little bit. Make it so you can use a controller at least easier on here, right? And then they had to make an engine for Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Now, I don't know how long that took them to do. But, you know, they had to do the engine for Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and then kind of slap all that together in a bit of a hurry. But more or less, 3/4 of the game was done. You know, if you want to be generous to them, you could say maybe 3/5. But I don't think designing the interface and stuff is really going to be that significant. But you can give them that if you want. I think that's kind of fair. There we go, 100 rings. And I guess the Sonic and Knuckles part was a little bit buggy at first on release, but it wasn't like... I don't think it was terrible. I don't know, it's just, like I said, it's kind of interesting how people complained about it. Especially when they didn't realize who worked on it a lot of times. And I don't know if it's true or not. I don't really have a way to verify it that I'm aware of, but supposedly when the game released, Sega released the wrong version. They didn't release the final build of Origins. They released a previous build that had some issues that they worked on and had corrected. And then they weren't letting them properly like do any patching to the game to fix those issues. So I think that caused a little bit of bad blood there. Oh, here we go. But, you know, that's one thing with game development. You know, we generally only get to see the end product. We don't actually get to know the whole story. And sometimes it's pretty easy to say, like, man, the people that made this game, they did such a terrible job and everything. So you kind of learn more maybe what happened behind the scenes. I think a lot of the issues with the games, I mean, yeah, sometimes it's the development team, they're just, I don't know, they've got their own issues, and sometimes that makes its way into the game, but a lot of times, too, it's very much a corporate issue. Let's see. I always forget. Oh, it's down below. Ooh. Can I get... Ooh. I might have to go down a level to get to that. I already missed one of the rings, so... If at all possible, I want to get the other. Oh, no. It'd be cool if her hammer could knock this back. Hey, what's up, Clow? Welcome to the stream. Why do you watch... I don't know what that is, actually. Is that like a show or something? Spitty... It sounds vaguely familiar, but I'm not quite sure what it is. Now, one thing, no matter, you know, how people feel about any particular Sonic game, one thing you can almost always count on is the game's going to have a really good soundtrack. And honestly, maybe there's a couple of games where I could say, okay, maybe I didn't care for the soundtrack that much, but there's usually at least like one or two that you kind of hold on to, be like, you know what, these were pretty good. Even in those games. Now, of course, a lot of it's taste, but I think in general, a lot of the Sonic music kind of gets over that barrier of taste, if you will, because it's so well composed and put together. I mean, heck, they did a phenomenal job making a lot of this music work on the Sega Genesis. They definitely had limitations that they had to work within. You only had so many sound channels, and that's why when you play the original game, or you emulate it or whatever, you run into an issue where sometimes if you pick up a ring or something, it will cut out the music to make the ring sound. Heck, sometimes they'd use sound effects in the music, just like Twilight Zone, or Starlight Zone, excuse me. They would use the sound of the goalpost in the music, which confused some people that kind of picked up on that. And there's some other songs where they used like the ring sound and various other sound effects too, which is kind of cool. I think by far, if I had to pick any water level in any Sonic game as my favorite, it'd probably be Hydro City. Some people call it Hydrocity. My understanding is it is supposed to be Hydro City. Doesn't really matter to me what people call it one way or the other. It is kind of funny that it's like one of those big debates for some reason. But it is such a cool level. And with all these levels, if you look at the backgrounds, even in the original releases, there's so much detail that they put in there. Like, they took the console and really pushed it to its max. It's definitely something, in my opinion, that deserves appreciation. Guess I didn't really need that, but I grabbed it. I mean, heck, especially back in the day, all these companies, they had to find creative ways to make things work. The get the blue stage, get the blue, God, woo, get the blue sphere stage. You're actually not moving, it's the floor that's moving underneath you. You're pretty much on like a giant treadmill. Like a three-dimensional treadmill. Excuse me, folks. I am still very much sick, so I apologize in advance for any coughing I might do here on stream. Definitely don't mean to blow out your eardrums. Let's see. Kind of messed up the way I normally do it, but I might still be okay. Oh. Oh, maybe it's just a bunch of those that I need. Alright. Easy. Yeah, I had an uncle that was sick, and I went to visit him, check on him, drop him off some soup and stuff. And yeah, I was there just long enough to catch what he got. That's how it goes. But I am kind of on the upswing of things now. First couple of days were a little tough. Today, definitely more functional than I have been. That is what it is. Ooh, I actually made that jump. One thing with Origins, the way the hitboxes are, I don't really care for. I find it's a lot easier to get squished most of the time. However, I did learn from a pretty well-known Sonic speedrunner that likes to play Origins a lot. He dropped me a little bit of a hint about how that system works. So if you're in the air jumping, you actually get a lot of immunity to being squished. So there's a lot of places where you should get crushed. Like 100% of the time, you'll actually phase through objects because you are in the jumping animation. So if you think you're going to get crushed, you could try to jump and see if you can kind of get through. But yeah, no, it's super easy to... And I don't know why that is. I also know that all the characters kind of have their own hitboxes. So Amy's got the smallest hitbox out of all of them. Tails is the second smallest, and then I can't remember if it's Knuckles or Sonic that has the biggest one. I want to say it's Sonic, but I could be entirely wrong on that. Do I do the risky? I do the risky. I'm too lazy to run around. Sometimes it's like that. Sanger, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, buddy. I'm doing fine. And the Sonic stream, so far so good. You just saw me get my 7th emerald here in the first half of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Excellent time to be dropping in. We're gonna go beat up Robotnik here and head to Marble Garden. How you been? Probably shouldn't have transformed yet. Whatever. You lurk more often than you think. Oh boy. I mean, hey, you know what? Lurking is fine with me. I'm just amazed anybody stops by to watch me stream at all, even if it's only for a few minutes. Oh, that's weird. There's like a... Okay, I don't know how that got on my keyboard. Interesting. There's like a worm or a larva or something. I don't... That was kind of weird. Nah, you're good, dude. I know how it is. I lurk a lot of folks, so I do. I mean, heck, sometimes even watching, oh my gosh, my throat is killing me. Even watching Heretics, you know, sometimes, like, I'll be playing something else. I've got him up on one of my other 2 monitors, and I'll be watching him do his stuff. Sometimes, too, I try to, like, boot up the game and do some of the stuff he does in OG Sonic 2. A lot of the tricks that I've learned for the original Sonic 2, it's entirely from me watching him. I've not sat down and had anyone teach me anything. So anytime I boot up that game and I pull something off, it is literally because I watched that guy for as long as I have. I mean, you can go to something like speedrun.com and look at videos that people post for positions. I don't think he necessarily is always doing like the top time strats, but honestly, like, he's still doing stuff that's gonna get him ridiculous times, which, I mean, to me it doesn't matter. I'm not going for world records or anything when I do it. I kind of have this philosophy, if you will, right? That you can't really fully appreciate what somebody's doing until you have to do it yourself, right? A lot of times people look at something like, oh, that looks easy, or that's stupid, or something, right? But then whenever you go to do it yourself, a lot of times you find out that, you know what? There's more to this than meets the eye. That's actually part of the reason why it's like half the reason I got into streaming. You know, some people do this because they want to get like famous on Twitch and like make money and stuff. I mean, I know that's not going to happen, and I don't really care about that. I just wanted to see what all was involved with doing streaming, and I found that, you know, it's kind of fun, and I like the occasional conversation with the random person that stops in that might happen to also like the game I'm playing, maybe even offer some insight of their own. All the other half of the reason why I did this is I have a friend that was really good at a particular game. He used to stream, and he kind of, I don't know, he kind of gave up on it, and I was trying to encourage him to do it. So I was always like, hey dude, like, I'm gonna start streaming, you know, you better get back into it, you know, you don't want me to surpass you or whatever, right? And I did eventually. It took about a year or so, but I was eventually successful in getting him to stream again. So that was kind of cool. There's a lot of stuff, and as much as I hate to say it too, you have to be you kind of have to be fake if you want to make money doing this. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta you can't really be an authentic person, especially on Twitch. You know, platforms have their own rules on conduct, what you can and can't say and talk about and stuff. And they've got different different types of people on it, right? So you have to kind of water yourself down to being very general, so you can appeal to more people, because you've got to get the eyeballs, right? If you can't get as many eyeballs as possible, then it is what it is. So a lot of times, like, someone will ask something, right? Maybe, I mean, maybe it's a big controversial thing. Maybe it's not so much, but it might be something that's a little bit divisive in the community. Like whether or not you call it Hydrocity or Hydrocity, right? And then depending on your answer, people are gonna leave. So like they gotta like kind of give the political non-answer. Like, well, I don't really mind what you call it, you know. I think they're both good, kind of deal. Like, not actually give your opinion. Again, I mean, I understand it, but it's like you're not gonna get like a real person with their actual thoughts in that kind of environment. But yeah, you got to be consistent. You got to stream at the same days, same times, whatever. I mean, you got to make sure your stuff works right, you know? Like, a lot of times here, I'm always screwing around with stuff. I break things all the time. You know, sometimes the first 5 minutes of the stream is, oops, something's not working. Even though it was working the day before, kind of deal. But it is what it is. And you gotta keep finding ways to keep people engaged, and there's a lot to it. But yeah, you gotta approach it from a business standpoint for sure. That has to be your goal. So I do definitely agree with you there. I think you're spot on with that. Now maybe earlier on, you know, in the days of the internet, you could pull it off just like shooting from the hip, right? Like some of the very, very early people. But if you look at them, very quickly they turned it into a business too, right? And started approaching things that way. And if they didn't, then they kind of like fizzled out after a while. So, I mean, it's just one of those things. It's just how the world works. I don't know. I think it's cool people can even, you know, can do that. Because, you know, like, I'm in my 30s, right? When I was younger and probably at the height of my gaming and everything, height of having reflexes and all of that, free time, you name it, this wasn't, like, really anything that I could have ever explored. Oh, yeah, true. I mean, people, you know, and that goes to the thing too, right, Sanger? They don't have respect for what streaming is and what the more successful people are doing. They think all they gotta do is maybe have a camera or like a little anime waifu character show up that moves when they talk. And as soon as they hit go live, there's just like millions of people sitting there waiting for them to come online and just suddenly watch them. And that's definitely not how the world works. Yeah. Oh yeah, I never would have imagined, you know, like, heck, I mean, when I was younger, video games still was kind of like, that's for nerds. Like, it was almost like a social stigma. It's not until things like World of Warcraft and Call of Duty that gaming started to become more mainstream. You know, I don't really care for either of those games these days, but, you know, I think it's thanks to games like that that gaming became more mainstream. It's not just for the nerds or seen as a nerdy thing, you know. Things have changed a lot. But then again, if you look at how gaming how games have been handled too. It's not. They're kind of doing what I was talking about earlier, right? Like they're kind of making things as general as possible to appeal to a wider audience. That's why we have games where, I don't know, you collect 999 anniversary tokens so you can retry the bonus stage. Um, pretty much as many times as you would probably need to get your emeralds. And oh, you have infinite lives now, right? Cranky Kong from Donkey Kong Country would have a huge rant about that these days. He thought it was bad enough you had more than one life. That was one thing I do. I appreciated it a bit then, but I appreciate it more now. Good old Cranky Kong. I think, like, if you want the game to be successful, you got to find the balance, right? Even if the player doesn't win, right? Air quotes win. They've got to have something there that gives them a sense of either accomplishment or progression, right? People don't want to do something and see nothing for it. A lot of your really hard games, more hardcore stuff, those games are like that, and that's why they tend to be a little more niche. Let's not get squished there. No, for sure. Roguelite is a pretty good genre for that kind of stuff. And kind of for difficulty, I mean, that's about as hard as I usually sort of would want to get myself these days. I mean, I grew up with the NES. I know what NES hard is. You know, I get it. I've been there. I do not have the patience for that crap anymore. I'm a grumpy old gamer. Yeah, exactly. There's still some kind of reward for your effort. And if you get truly good at the game, your reward is, hey, you know what? You didn't have to die to progress. You're able to do it based off of what you did already, you know? Knowing the game well. And I think time save is one of those things that's always been like a huge benefit to getting good to a game. I mean, look at Sonic, right? I mean, you could argue maybe what makes somebody good at a Sonic game, but at the end of the day, whether you're a speedrunner or you just kind of really enjoy these games and play them, you understand how the game works. You understand how to do what you're going in to do. Like, I know where all these rings are. And also, you can beat the game quicker, right? And when you think about it, like, especially, again, the speedrunners, it's not that they necessarily mastered the game 100%, they know everything about it, but they understand it more deeply than just the average person that boots up the game and they're like, hey, I'm gonna go play some Sonic, you know, or Resident Evil or whatever, right? Like, they're booking it. You know, you could take a game that might take some people a couple hours to beat, and you're beating it in 20, 30 minutes, maybe even less, just because you understand it so well. That in itself is a huge payoff. And of course, you know, because of things like the internet and stuff, now you have like speedrunning communities and stuff where people share. Almost got myself killed there. That would have been bad. You know, they share advice and strats and stuff, and you know, it's pretty cool. Again, you know, it, like, technology, the internet a lot too, really changed gaming. Now, to some extent, I do kind of miss the days pre the internet being quite so prevalent when it came to gaming. Like, especially with content creators and everything, right? Day one, there's like literally a freaking guide on how to beat the game. You know, so you don't have to figure things out on your own. You can do kind of a low effort approach. Oh my god, that was bad timing. Oh. The barrel of doom strikes again. You know, but you used to have to really rely on thinking and trying things out. There was not so much, oh, go onto the internet and look it up. Like, you had to definitely rely more on yourself to get through things. You know, and especially when it comes to things like RPGs, right? Again, exploration and testing stuff you were rewarded with. Now it's literally just, you go online, what's the most overpowered blah blah blah? You know, what is the meta build for blah blah blah? And then literally you have like one or two posts that are like, yeah, you do this, 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 and this, and then you pretty much get to win the game. And it's like, okay, cool, but where's the challenge in that? Like, that, to me, some people won't matter, but to me that doesn't seem very rewarding. Like, I like to figure it out on my own. But, you know, I'll get told, well, you're just trying to reinvent the wheel, that's a waste of time. I mean, maybe, but you learn the game better when you do stuff like that. You got a call and then an ad back to back. Might be a sec. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. You gotta love those ads. That's probably the worst thing about being an affiliate. Again, I don't really care about the money and stuff. I just wanted the emojis and everything. But like, it definitely interrupts things. But yeah, you got tier lists and everything. I mean, how many ranking videos now are on YouTube where they've got, like, they all look the same too? I think there's a website dedicated to like making them now. It's like, what is the best gun in, I don't know, Modern Warfare 20? Oh, well, it's this thing with this attachment or what, you know, I mean, it's just, people don't have to think or even understand the game. Which is kind of a shame in a way. But at the same time, it makes the game easier for more people to get into, right? Because, you know, for a game to kind of get, you know, largely successful, what do you need to do? You need to make it easy to pick up, I would argue. So the easier it is for people to get into it, yeah, the more people you're going to get to play it. Now, of course, there's downside to that. Just like there's a downside to holding everybody's hand. And that's another thing too, right? Everything these days, I mean, in general, not even gaming, it's very hand-holding. People aren't taught or given the confidence, I think, to find their own solutions and figure things out. And that kind of like holds people back too. You know, there's a philosophical argument that could be made, you know. So, you know, it's like you got a pro and con to everything. What's okay to live with and what isn't? You know, one reason why I quit playing MMOs is, again, I like to play with stuff and figure out by doing. I'm more of a hands-on kind of dude. I can't sit there and read a book or look at a guide. Like, I gotta get my hands dirty, right? So to speak. And, you know, you play anything with group content online, why aren't you running blah, 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 blah? This isn't what, you know, this popular website with builds says to do. Like, you're a noob, you suck, get out of here. And what's ironic is you you get to the point a lot of times where you understand the game, you understand that there's other builds that you could do. Maybe it's better than the most current popular meta build. And people will still be like, get the hell out of my party because, like, this isn't the meta build. You could be superior to the meta build, but they don't care, right? So people kind of get programmed to think, like, you can only play a game one way, which is absolutely absurd in most cases. Like I said, that's kind of why I more or less gave up entirely on MMOs. Alpha builds only. Speaking of alphas, what's up, Wesker? You Metroid fanatic, you. Tuscan. Oh my god. Yeah, but you know what? Like, I'm gonna say something. It's kind of controversial. It'll probably get me like banned from Twitch for life. You wanna see toxic? Have you heard like some of these female players? You know, something like Dead by Daylight, considered largely one of the most toxic games in the world. People will tell you to, you know, Control-Alt-Delete life.exe in that game if they get mad at you. Most of the player base is female. Most of the player base is female. It's like that and Fortnite have the highest number of female players. So, you know, I mean, anybody can be toxic. I don't care if you're male, female, or what you wanna be. Everybody can be a piece of crap. Humanity just sucks in general. The friend of mine I was talking about earlier that I was trying to encourage into streaming, he plays Dead by Daylight. He is like stupid good at it, and I knew he could get a following if he went back to streaming it. And he was telling me the other day there was some chick on there like talking mad smack on him. And she was, and like, he knows what he's doing, and she's like, you don't know what you're doing. It's like, guy literally has like tens of thousands of hours in the game. He's like a top rank killer. You can tell him he doesn't know what he's doing. I remember one time I was in his server. He found a group of people to play with. And this one woman came in and was like, you're cheating. I know you're cheating, blah, blah, blah. Just like calling him everything under the sun. And then like the guys that were following her came in like, yeah, there's no way you beat her and all this other stuff. And then like, I gave them a mouthful. I won't say what I said, but there was a lot of colorful language. And I don't normally have colorful language, but I will defend my friends. But anyway... that got them to shut up, because I think I threw some words at them they've never heard before, and they agreed to stay and watch my friend stream in Discord and you know, see how he plays. And he demonstrated how easy it is for him to kill everybody. And they were just kind of like, oh. And they shut up after that. You know, like, there was no arguing with it. But even though he did kind of, you know, he proved his innocence, so to speak, they quit talking to him. I don't think the girl liked being one-upped by him, and I don't think her followers enjoyed that either. And they made themselves look really silly, too. But, you know, it's like, it's so crazy. I just wish people could not suck, but I don't know. It's in our DNA, maybe. I don't care who you are. Everyone has the potential to suck. I'll Heck, I'll check chat here in a minute. I see it's kind of popping off a little bit. Oh, let's drop down here. We're almost past Act 1. We're about to witness We're about to witness Knuckles commit an act of terrorism here. Here we go. I'm just saying Knuckles did launch base zone. It definitely looked like an inside job. Don't make me go back 10 years. Yeah, right. I mean, that is one problem with most things being permanent on the internet. Also, people act like you can't have a change of opinion ever. Like, you're always going to believe the same things that you did, you know, even decades later. It's like, I don't know too many people like that. You do DVD, you have to make sure they're creators, you hit highlights and builds, easy growth, because, like I said, tiers and metas. Yeah. And what's funny too, right? A lot of times these companies, they add a killer or they add a character or something, they make changes. They let the content creators know about it ahead of time so they can and they give them the notes for it. So they can, you know, offer feedback, but also kind of start making their content ahead of time. So whenever it actually releases, hey, guess what? It's your boy, popular streamer, XXX Sniper 69 420 YOLO, and I'm here with a complete and total guide and explanation on everything that just released 2 seconds ago. Check out my video, like, subscribe, and buy my merch. And then everyone loves them until, like, you know, years later, they get caught texting a minor trying to meet them at TwitchCon. I definitely wouldn't be referencing anything real there. No, that never happens. I didn't. Actually, I guess it was okay to do that. I thought that would have blocked it, but that's actually what I needed to do there. Woo! Oh, I missed the jump. I'll one-up you on that real reference. Oh no. I mean, what's next? What's next? Somebody's gonna try to sell their bathwater to their followers? I mean, come on. People aren't that stupid. It takes all kinds, and the internet has every single kind there is. Gotta love it. That's some good marinade for steaks. Oh yeah. No, so it tastes like Dove with a hint of hepatitis. You know, just for added flavor. Hot tub water. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Oh man, I could get on another whole rabbit hole with that, but again, I don't know if it would even be Twitch friendly. Oh my god, like that's the thing I hate too. Like everything's so controlled, you know. I mean, I get it. Like there's some really crazy stuff out there, but even if you're being honest, it's like half the stuff the platforms are like, you're literally not allowed to say this, or we'll delete your existence. You should trademark that bad boy. You should. But, you know... Oh, man. And this is kind of why I streamed to Rumble, too, because Rumble's not so bad about it. But, man, YouTube and excuse me, YouTube and Twitch, oh, no. Daddy Twitch and Mama YouTube. They're like, no, you can't say that. I almost thought about doing like Rumble only streams because of that and just like actually go off. Then I think, I don't know if the world's ready for that or not. It's probably the only place that'll take him anymore. I mean, Rumble and to an extent, what was that other website that everyone was like leaving Rumble for a little bit? Oh, okay, why am I bad at this today? Shoot, what's that other platform? But, like, it's kind of, like, do whatever the heck you want to. I mean, you can have great Yeah, Kick. Thank you, Wesker. Thank you. It's that dementia kicking in, right? I can't remember. I should run for office. But, yeah. Kick, like, Kick's pretty, like, do whatever you want. That's where, like, all the Bob and body painter chicks and stuff went to once Twitch was like, okay, like, this might actually be illegal since we have a bunch of kids on this platform and this is softcore prawn. So, yeah, a bunch of them went over to Kick and kept doing that. So like Kick is pretty much just do whatever you want. I kind of like their website, the way some stuff anymore. I mean that's where they went. You know, one thing I don't like is a lot of this stuff is like a lot of these content, air quotes, content creators are also trying to like worm their way into Rumble now. You know, the ones that are like, I'm gonna, like, show as much cleavage as legally possible while licking my microphone and call it ASMR. You know, this will help you fall asleep. That's not gonna help anybody fall asleep, let's be honest. That's gonna keep them very much awake. In more places than one. You're not relaxing anybody. Oh my god. Yes, that's true too. They all have an OF page. You get my special content over here. I mean, heck, there's a lot of the girls on YouTube that kind of do that too. They just get around it by saying, oh, I have an all my links page or whatever it's called. And of course, it's got the OF link in it. And they're like, I'm not promoting stuff that YouTube doesn't allow me to promote. It's kind of like the rules lawyering thing, right? Like, the intent of the rule is obvious. But, you know, the wording might not be perfect. and so they find ways around it. And that was like the game on Twitch for a long time. And Twitch was trying to give these people a little bit of freedom, right? If they could be responsible with it. And then it just turned into, like, they kept finding loopholes. Like, oh, I'm not naked if I have a pasty covering certain things and I have paint on my body. I'm technically not naked anymore, so it's okay. It's okay if, like, some 10-year-old is going on here to watch their favorite Minecraft streamer, and I just happen to be on the front page with, tactically placed, stickers. It's so bad. And that's the thing, too. Like, I get it. Again, it's a business. They're trying to make money, but, like, you really don't care that there's kids on this platform? Like, really? You know, if I did that, if I did something like that, right? I'd have like the FBI going after me. Like they would nuke me from orbit. Let's be honest. You guys be like, oh, that Agent Ice guy, I haven't seen him for like 20 years. I don't know what happened to him. He used to stream and, you know, say a bunch of crazy shit, and then I haven't seen him since. Yeah, oh yeah, they would have stuff to make it look like stuff was not covered what it was to kind of mess with people. Yeah, I mean it's like, what the heck? They have I don't know. But what I love too, right? You have stuff like that, and then there's other people that are like, we can't objectify women. You know, and a lot of times this pops up in the video game thing. Okay, well, but they're doing it to them. Like, there's a lot of women that do that to themselves. Like, should we be, like, telling them not to? And punishing them for doing it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it opens up a whole big can of worms. But again, my problem with Twitch, and then some of them trying to do this stuff on YouTube also, because like it's there. It's there. I had a friend send me something. There was some chick. She was doing some stuff, and literally like the video was like, hurry up and watch this before YouTube takes down the video. And it was highly inappropriate. You know, no age restriction or warning or anything on it. Just right out there for everyone to see until YouTube took it down. Yeah, it's not predatory at all. Well, that's kind of the double standard, right? If you or I did it, it's predatory. But if Amaranth does it or something, then it's not. It's perfectly fine. There's nothing, you know, immoral going on there. You know, not saying I'd want to do crap like that. I don't. But, you know, it is, the rules are not enforced equally. Like 100% of the time. And then the other thing too is like, some of these people when they're streaming, they will have a, shall we call a wardrobe malfunction. And then like they get a slap on the wrist. Okay, you can't stream, or maybe, you know, you just can't earn revenue on your videos for like a week. And then they're back up and running. You know, if a guy did anything like that, he'd be gone. He'd be gone. He's not coming back to the platform. Ever. Yeah, for $12.99 you can. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like, it's kind of like that whole thing, have your cake and eat it too. Like, you can't do that. And it's like, You've got double speak like that, and you want people to take you seriously. It's kind of hard to. I mean, God forbid, right? You have to be successful based on your ability to produce something that people want, you know, not by purely taking advantage of something you were born with. You have to put a little bit of effort. Like, dang, dude. Who would have ever thought of such a horrible thing? But that kind of goes with a lot of things, you know, and this all kind of loops back to what we were originally talking about with everything being ranked and, you know, meta builds and stuff, right? Everyone just wants to take the easy way out. They all want the easy way out. I could, like, go get an education. I could, you know, work on a skill that is marketable. We're gonna snooze these ads. Go away, ads. You know, or I could just, like, take off my clothes and make money off of that. It's like, I know what's easier. It's like, you know, and the end result is people just aren't going to reach their potential. They're kind of holding themselves back by doing that. Now they might say, oh yeah, well, I'd make all this money on various platforms. All right, cool, but, like, that's not going to last forever. You still aren't developing as a human. That's one of the best experiences, I think, in life, learning and mastering new skills. Start life on Prestige. I mean, there is a lot of truth to that, Wesker. You know, there's a little bit of nuance there, but in general, yeah. You're going to get a pass, and you're going to have an easier time, generally speaking. I mean, you know, if you're attractive, you know, regardless of your sex, if you're attractive at all, right? But when you have when you're dealing with platforms that are predominantly straight males, yes. What are they gonna go look at? Are they gonna look at some nerdy dude like me? Or they want to go look at Amaranth? I mean, honestly, what would you rather watch for hours on end? You know? I mean, what do you want to stare at, right? It's the same reason why guys usually play female characters in video games. Especially since they're looking at the back side of those characters for hours on end. You know, it's the same thing. I mean, I get it. Some people get mad about it and bent out of shape, but, you know, I get it. And again, too, like I said before, there's stuff that male streamers, content creators, if they do something, they're going to get a lot more harsher punishment from the platform than the female counterpart would, right? I mean, you can literally dox somebody, threaten them, and you get, like, a slap on the wrist. You know, if you revisit the whole Jack's Film thing, right? You know, if Jack's Films, whatever, did the same thing to the old Sniper Wolf, I guarantee it'd be an entirely different situation. Guarantee it. He'd have been gone, never coming back. And even with her doing what she did, YouTube still made it out like, well, he was in the wrong anyway, so, like, since they were both wrong, it's okay that he got, you know, doxxed and stuff. I mean, you can, but, you know, I mean, that's like the whole thing with, like, a lot of the VTuber stuff, right, though, Wesker? Maybe they feel their you know, physical appearance is lacking or something, but they don't mind speaking, so then they get, like, some kind of, usually, like, anime girl avatar and do stuff. And it's, like, to the point now where even a lot of guys are, like, you know, they try doing something, it doesn't work. And they're like, you know what, it'd be easier if I was a chick. So what do? They go get a voice changer. There are literally tutorials on YouTube how to make yourself sound like an anime girl if you're a guy. And, you know, they will set up their little anime waifu character thing, right? And then they have their voice changer. And there were a lot of... I scared everybody away. There's a lot of stories where... Oh my god, these ads suck, man. Alright. There's stories where, like... I think there was a Chinese guy who was doing that. I don't think he was Japanese. I think it was a Chinese guy. He was role-playing as an anime girl waifu thing, right? And then he got a bunch of followers, and he decided, like, okay, I'm gonna show everybody, like, who I am, right? And these guys are expecting to see, like, some chick, and here it's just some guy. And, like, instantly he lost a bunch of his followers. Like, all these people just left. You know, he's still the same guy. It's just they knew he wasn't a woman anymore. And they instantly were like, I'm out of here. There's some other instances of that too, but, you know, it's like, I mean, we can sit here and make fun of it. It's still true. Like, that's just kind of how the world is working at the moment. It sells, and that's why more people are getting into it. You know, personally, I mean, like, if people want to do stuff, whatever, I guess power to them. I never got big into, like, the VR stuff. Like, I won't watch, or not VR, the, oh, what the heck. I can't touch blue balls and concentrate at the same time. Give me a moment. Let me finish grabbing these balls real fast. As Amy. Amy's gotta grab the blue balls. I think there's some kind of deeper meaning there, but that's just a theory. A game theory. Alright. There we go. Alright, now I can have my full concentration back. But, you know, like, they'll have their virtual avatar things and stuff. I personally don't like that. If people want to do that, they're, you know, themselves, or if people want to watch that, I mean, you know, whatever. It's free country. Do what you want. I find it off-putting. Like, even if you look like you got hit by a train and they just released you from the hospital, like, I'd rather watch, like, you as a real person, if you're gonna be on camera, than, like, some, like, anime fox girl or something with a squeaky fake voice. That's just me, though. I'd rather see, like, the actual person. But considering what's popular these days, I'm probably in the minority there. No cam and no, yeah. You know, Wesker, I used to have a camera, right? You know, did I ever tell you what happened to my camera? So, I turned on my computer and I was playing a game, and I was hearing, like, this weird high-pitched sound. Oh, I should have gone on the other side. I could have gone to the hidden room. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Well, I hear this high-pitched sound. There's like a whistling sound. I'm like, what in the heck is that? And I'm looking around trying to figure out what the source of the sound is. And I've got pretty good hearing. Like, I can hear stuff that's not really that loud and eventually pinpoint where it's at. Well, eventually I kind of like, wait, it's something around the monitor. So I'm checking the monitor out, and then I notice, oh wait, my camera is mounted on top of the monitor here. It's what's making the sound. And I was like, okay, that's weird. I go to touch the webcam, and I like burnt my finger. Like, it was that hot. And I was like, holy crap. Holy crap. So I hurried up and unplugged it from the USB port and just threw the thing away. I was like, something here is not good. I'm not going to mess with this. And the bad thing is, I barely ever used the camera. Like, it was fairly new. It was like a Razer brand webcam. I would never buy it again. For obvious reasons. Unless you want to have, like, a fire or something. And by all means, you know, go for it. Maybe you can sue Razer and, like, you know, get a new house out of it. I don't know. Maybe at the very least a new computer, right? But, yeah. And, honestly, ever since, I have not found a camera that I wanted to get, and I just don't even care that much. Like, if I put myself on the screen and then it just, like, takes away real estate that I could show the game on. Now, I have, like, little avatar things. Some people ask me, like, if those are... Because a lot of times, like, people have, like, They have, like, was it a PNG file or something? It's supposed to be, like, their avatar. For me, it's actually... Those are my bots. I have two bots that I use in my streams. One of them I can actually talk to and it'll answer me. And the other one just kind of does what it's programmed to do. Now let's do something I don't normally do. We'll ride this down. Okay. This is probably why I don't normally do this. I think this is a fairly risky route. Oh yeah. I could see many a death occurring here. Oh yeah, then you gotta do this. Sometimes I like taking routes I don't normally use. Oh yeah, we got all of our emeralds. What am I doing? I need to run around and be all invincible until I get crushed by some random stupid thing. Alright, we got an ad break coming in for all you Twitch people. For those of you everywhere else, well... no such luck. Time for the hardest boss fight ever. And I'm gonna do it without touching my controller. At all. Because I'm gonna go get a drink. Oh, goodness gracious. Alrighty. I mean, again, most of the tracks in this game are pretty darn good, but I really love Flying Battery. And I actually really like Act 2's. A lot of people don't like the bell or whatever it is, like that little high-pitched sound. I think that adds something really nice to the music, but some people find it a little bit obnoxious. I guess I could understand that. Oh gosh, that was not the game-winning strat there. Usually... Okay. Oh, I messed up. And now I'm just bleeding rings. Do. Alrighty. Let's do. I wish I could just have it continue playing the music for the level instead of having it play the super music. It's the biggest shame about transforming once you get your emeralds. Not being able to actually hear the level's soundtrack. A multi is starting up. Oh, that was dumb of me. Why did I do that? Starting up, I'll leave a lyric with your Piggly Wiggly hold up. Okay. Hey, have fun with the multi, Wesker. Hope it goes well. Thanks for stopping in, as always. I appreciate it. Folks, if you like watching Metroid Prime 1 or 2 gameplay, occasionally he'll break out 3, or Resident Evil, give Wesker a follow. If I remember, I think Sanger does some Resident Evil stuff too, or at least he did at one point. But yeah, feel free to check them out. They're good folks. They're good folks. Much better than I am. Not possible, but you'll try. Well, at least you'll try, Wesker. At least you'll try. Alright, let's go beat up old Robotnik here. Should be moving now. I love how you just jump off of this airship, land in the sand, you're completely fine. Alright, admittedly, Sandopolis, not one of my preferred zones in this game. A lot of people don't like it, but one thing I will say is, again, visually, pretty well detailed, looks good. I appreciate they kind of have like the whole, you know, water vapor effect going on there to make it look like it's hot as heck because you're in a desert. It's a nice little touch. And the music's not bad either, especially that bass line. I really like it. All right. I like those things. Those are pretty cool. Oh, that actually worked for once. Oh my god. I did something right. Imagine that. Oh, I missed the thingy. Oh, I can't jump up there. I'm gonna have to do this. I'm standing on nothing. That was interesting. I was like a pixel or two off the ground. It was a little bit weird. Not a big deal in the grand scheme of things, but a little bit weird. Wonder if I can even... Oh, no, I can't slope jump that. Well, you know, I tried. You can't blame a guy for trying. I like this boss music, but I also kind of wish they'd have rotated in the original Sonic 3 boss music. But that might have had to do with legal stuff and all that craziness. Come here, Mr. Golem. Okay, goodbye. Let's see if I can remember where this one-up is. Oh, no! I missed it. I think it's, like, right here. Where I'm standing. Oh, this is definitely my least favorite level in the entire game. I do think it looks a little bit cooler without the lights on. But we'll maybe kind of... Oh, I forgot to try the things he told me about. Oh, yeah, we just released the ghosts. Where's Pac-Man when you need him? Give him a power pellet, and he can just eat those ghosts. Oh, I didn't do the jump, duh. I think the jump is right here. Yeah. Go, 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 go. Oh, no, I thought that was... Oh, boy. I might not make this. No. No. I didn't push this the whole way, and I took too long pushing that block. I have only myself to blame for that. I was trying to save some time, and I did the opposite. Whoops. I think if you go left, it is a longer path, but you at least get a checkpoint. Oh god! Oh, I almost hit that spring and got crushed. Okay, yeah, it is like Z told me. If you do a loop jump, you only have to go through the loop once instead of twice. Pretty awesome tip. Like, you want to know how the mechanics of a Sonic game work, go talk to a speedrunner. They know a lot about movement and mechanics in general for how things work in this game. Alrighty. They might not know where all the secrets are, but they know how the game works. Yeah, this is gonna work out. Now, if you play as Tails, or you at least have Tails, you can kind of... Oh, God. Go, 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 go! Oh, okay, it stops moving there. Oh, I almost got squashed. That would have sucked. I didn't mean to grab that. I mean, it's kind of cool that they have this. It just takes longer than straight up falling down, but at least I get some rings. Gotta look at the bright side. Because no matter how bad things get, there's always a bright side that you can look at. And say, you know what? Really doesn't suck that bad after all. It might still suck. But usually there's some kind of a silver lining. Alright. We're a good chunk of the way through this game. So we are. Got all our emeralds, we're at Lava Reef, we've got this, we got Sky Sanctuary and a Death Egg. And then off to our second playthrough. Because we're going to do at least 2. At least I'd like to. We'll see what's going on, but I think we're good for it. Aww. Aww. landed right on Smog. That was terrible. You jerk. I remember seeing that enemy in the manual for the game. And, okay, I'm awesome at this game right now. And I was always wondering, like, what that enemy was. And then I eventually was able to get to this level. And I finally saw it. And I was like, cool. And then he killed me with this smoke cloud. Because I was a kid and didn't know what I was doing. I think it's a... yeah, right here. Oh, God. Much as I like the music, there's a lot of fireballs. I think we're gonna go super duper mode here. Now, Sonic 3 and Knuckles is very generous when it comes to opportunity to get the emeralds. There's just a lot of bonus rings hidden throughout the levels. That's not to say Sonic 2 wasn't fairly generous. You had to have your 50 rings, though, when you got a checkpoint. That's not even a requirement in this game. So, in some ways, you could argue this is an easier game, at least as far as doing that. Oh my goodness. Apparently it's not easy for me to make that jump, though. It's so bad. What can you do? Let's get those lives I don't need. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Oh gosh. Get out of my way, Smog. This is a no smoking zone. Okay, I don't remember if in this version of the game the hand will crush you when it clamps down, so we're just gonna play it safe. Some versions of the game it will, others it won't. I think in the original it doesn't, but I think in Origins it does. If I remember correctly. I've played so many versions of Sonic 3 and Knuckles over the years, and they all have their little nuances and stuff. I mean, I can't keep track of all this crap. Look at that, we got all 3 items. Oh, man, what a stretch. And we got ourselves a fire shield for this next section, which is pretty helpful. This is what I love. You go from, like, this really powerful music and bright red and yellow, orange, whatever, right? And then everything kind of cools off. You get these really cool colors, these blues, these purples, these greens. The music changes. I mean, heck, this might be the most difference that you find between an Act 1 and Act 2 song in this game. There's still parts of the music from Act 1, but it's largely kind of just missing from this version. Okay, there's nothing in there. But it's just kind of a cool contrast until we get to the end of this act, and then it's go mode. Actually, speaking of music with a very... Oh gosh, alright, I'm gonna transform. I'm hoping I get a shield. Alright, perfect. This is one of the best ones for a shield. And I'll probably get exactly what I want for a shield. Yep. Okay. Another major difference, though, it's, oh my god, I'm so bad. That's gonna hit me. Is Hydro City Act 1 and 2. It is the biggest change in speed between any two acts, I think, of probably any Sonic game. Definitely for the Sega ones. You hit Act 2 and it really kicks it into high gear. Tried showing another, well, not showing, but pointing out that there's hidden rooms in some of these walls to somebody I was watching the other day. Cool dude, by the way. But it's kind of hard to point this stuff out in, like, a chat, especially when there's a bit of a delay there. You know, I want to check something. This might be stupid of me, but I like to do stupid stuff. Yep. Alright, cool. There was a okay, then we can go in here. A little bit of like a shortcut. I don't know how many people know about that. That was something I've actually just learned recently. You know, I've been playing this darn game for decades. And I don't even know everything in these games. Every once in a while I see somebody do something that I've never seen before, or I just stumble upon something. Oh god, that was bad. And so it's kind of cool. You think you know everything, and then there's always just something else there that was hidden from you, and you discover it. It's like, wow. It just really makes you appreciate the game more. Man, Knuckles, you just like... Why are we stuck to that boulder? What is it made out of? Like, is it just like a duct tape boulder? Is it coated in super glue or something? Like, come on. What's really messed up is, like, especially when you're playing as Amy, right? Amy's like, I think 9? It's like, you just rolled like a big old boulder on some like 9-year-old girl. It's pretty savage. I mean, the only way you were worse than that is if you did that to, like, Cream or something, you know? This boss, I hate. I understand that they wanted to have some bosses that you can't damage, and you have to kind of use their power against them. Yeah, it makes the fight take longer, but it's an interesting idea. It keeps you from just TKOing the boss. But for some reason... This boss, it's got 14 hit points. It's got more health than I think any of the final bosses do. That's so ridiculous. It just makes this longer than it needs to be. The idea is if you don't have a fire shield, you gotta worry about jumping from platform to platform without touching those spiky balls or anything. I get it, but that's not too much of a challenge. By this point in the game, you should kind of have a mastery of your platforming. So I'm not really sure what they were going for here, especially making the boss take 14 hits. It should have been 8, like every other Act 2 boss. Now, if you're playing something like Sonic 3 Air, um, you can actually set it so it's an 8-hit boss instead. I kind of wonder if Hidden Palace was used as a testing area for stuff. I can't get to it because I don't have tails, but up above, there's a bunch of item boxes. There's one of each shield, there's invulnerability, I think there's power sneakers, and rings, and might be... And I think there's a 1-up up there, too. You know what? We'll make it a fair fight. We won't go super. I mean, I already have a hammer. How much more do I need to bully Knuckles? I know this mural's gotten a lot of attention lately. I guess there's some fan theories surrounding it, and then especially as it relates to Shadow. Kind of interesting. Something as small as this getting a lot of attention just because of the game that came out more recently. Of course, that game being Sonic X Shadow Generations. But a lot of people wonder what it means and everything. I mean, I don't know. To me, it seems like it pretty clearly shows Supersonic. I mean, really, it's showing the final boss. It's hinting at there is a final boss that is a fight for the Master Emerald. And you have to get all the emeralds, of course, to fight that boss. In fact, it is the last form of the final boss. Some people wonder if Gerald Robotnik saw it and designed Shadow based on what was in the mural. I don't know. I'm not really sure that anything in the official lore really indicates that. It does indicate that Gerald came to Angel Island, but... I think one thing, probably not everyone's going to like this approach, but I think it's important to kind of keep in mind that these... I don't think these games were necessarily planned with, like, a lot of plan for what the next game was going to be. So most of the context of what happens, I think, unless it's referencing a previous game, it's going to be largely contained to the game that it's found in. And then after the fact, they decided, hey, let's try to like string these stories together and do a timeline because that became popular. So years after these games come out, people are like, okay, how can we make everything flow together? And then they kind of reverse engineer things and come up with some probably BS reasoning for certain stuff, but yeah, whatever. And some of it gets kind of convoluted. Just look at the Legend of Zelda timelines. They're like, oh, we have this game, and then there's 3 potential things that branch off of it, and even then some of the stuff doesn't entirely make sense, depending on how you want to interpret it. That was easy. I wonder if I can... What? That's not what I wanted to do. But it kind of worked out in a way. Oh, no, I can't go through the floor. Shoot. I was hoping maybe I could take advantage of a slope jump. I know if you're playing as Tails, this level's like stupid easy. He could actually skip some of the boss engagements. Oh, we might be fighting this guy without rings. You know what? It makes it more of a fair fight. I'll get a few hits on him cheap. Come at me, bro. I like Mecha Sonic Mark II. I like Metal Sonic also. I kind of wish Metal Sonic had more of a presence. It's kind of disappointing to me that he kind of got the back seat after Heroes. I mean, it's a robot that's supposed to match Sonic for the most part, and shows a lot of intelligence and, to a degree, some free will of his own. Again, talking about the detail in the background. I mean, look at that. I'm guessing that's the motor or power core or whatever for the Death Egg. That's really something to look at. Whoops. It looks like there's fire or something too around the outer ring there. Or something. I don't know. It's kind of hard to really tell for sure what's going on there, but looks pretty cool. And I love this music. For anybody watching that may not have ever watched any of these types of videos, I would strongly suggest looking at the oscilloscope deconstructions for the music in these games. They are really interesting. Oh, how dare you! He hit me. Whoops. Oh my gosh. I can't control Amy. Oh my god, I'm being bad at this. One moment, I just gotta stop sucking real quick here. Need a second. Oh my goodness. Alright. Ba, 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 ba. A lot of people don't like this room. I actually kind of find it fun. It's a little bit better if you've got Tails with you. Oh no, I missed one of them now. Gosh darn it. Let's grab these rings up here. There's plenty of rings. I love these things. I mean, usually they take more time than they're worth to use because you can oftentimes get by without using them. Here, I think you do have to. They're just so cool. Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. Woo! Went flying there. No, give me my rings. Darn it. I just want to get that in case. These both... This boss sucks without these super form. I mean, you can definitely do it. It's just, you gotta be more careful. But I think Amy and Sonic definitely have the easier time here. Oh my goodness. He kind of... A lot of people look at the one boss in Flying Battery Zone and they go, hey, this boss, the little laser thing that's on the ceiling, and they say, hey, like this is a callback to Wing Fortress Zone in Sonic 2, and they're not wrong. But to me, Century Eye is kind of more of a callback to that, because like the laser in Sonic 2, now of course in Origins they changed it so you can, but you know, like the the laser in Sonic 2, you can destroy it. And it's got those floating platforms. It's just the laser kind of moves on its own. So there's almost like two callbacks to that boss, if you think about it. We don't even need this. I don't know why I want to grab that. I think it's just habit. I like the attention to, oh no, to detail there. There's little rockets that are being shot. I think they're gas-powered, gas-propelled, as opposed to using combustion, which makes sense because we are in space. I don't know if we're still, oh god, if we're still in orbit or not, but we are in space. Combustion wouldn't necessarily work as well. Alright, this is probably... Actually, it's not probably. It is my favorite bonus level in this game. And my understanding is the amount of rings that you get from the ring bubbles depends on how many... It's either total bubbles or other ring bubbles you've gotten. And I think it partially also depends how far you get. You can get some ridiculous amounts of rings. Okay, we're just... Oh my god, what am I doing? Whoa! That got sketchy for a second. Look at that. Okay, you don't actually have to make it out of here, but... Oh god. That, I think it's safer to just kind of do it like this. I don't need a 1-up. Alright, let's get out of here. But yeah, that bonus stage is called Glowing Spheres. Quite an appropriate name for it, I would argue. Oh god! Alright, we're transforming. I don't want to lose my rings. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Hyper Amy can throw hammers too. In case anybody didn't know that. It's pretty cool. Pretty legit. Kind of like the old Hammer Bros from Mario, right? Come on. I want to hurry up and get to the end here before we use up our rings. I should be fine, but... Look at the planet there in the background. That looks so cool. I decided to be impatient there and not use the light bridge. Yeah, we should be good. Alright, let's do this. So Amy can kind of cheat here. Oops. Because the hammers will hit the boss. So you don't even have to do the fight right. She's just got easy mode. She's pretty much easy mode in general on this. They tend to do that with the female characters in Sonic. It's like Cream was kind of easy mode in the game she's in, because she can just send her Chow to go kill everything. And then for those of you that tried Sonic Superstars, that trip is OP as crap. She is nuts. Yes, Dean, welcome to the stream, and 100% agree with you there. Amy was actually a challenge in the Sonic Advance games. But, you know, they had Cream in, I think, all but the first one. No, for sure. But even with Amy being kind of hard mode, I think most of that just came from the fact that she couldn't spin dash. Or roll in general. Because her moveset's not bad. You know what I mean? Like, in general, it's not bad. I'm gonna throw a hammer at you, Robotnik. God, these hammers are just, like, ridiculous. I mean, it's worth collecting the emeralds. What can I say? I'm gonna be super aggressive. Okay, this boss in Origins, hit him from the front or underneath. I see so many first-time players or just not super experienced players hit him in the very back as soon as they can, and that'll send you flying because, you know, Whitehead decided you just don't need as much platform as you got in the original game. And it's a pretty good way to fall down and die. And dying sucks. Especially on a multi-part boss. But hey, look at that. We just finished our first playthrough. Now we're going to play it again with Tails. So, yeah. While we kind of watch this play out, I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, grab another drink, and then we'll run it back again with Amy and Tails. And we'll go for another 100% run. I don't know. Yeah, I would say for sure Sonic 3 and Knuckles, my favorite Sonic game. 2's pretty darn good. It's up there. I'm more partial to the 2D games, and I think 2 and 3 and Knuckles are probably the best. But I will say, I do have a soft spot for Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Adventure 1's a little wanky. Wow, wonky. Mostly because of the camera and some other stuff. But I do appreciate that you could play different characters' stories. I wish they would kind of give us another game like that. But Adventure these days is kind of hard to play because of some of those quality issues. Adventure 2 still holds up very well. It's not perfect, but I think it holds up really well. And unless you're one of those folks that's like, I really hate the treasure hunting mode, which I actually enjoy. You know, there's not really a lot of bad there, in my opinion. Anyway, folks, like I said, we'll be right back. We'll let those credits play out, and we'll bang out another run, and I don't know, we'll see what we're going to do after that. Oh, God. I don't know if you folks can hear. I stood up, and instantly, like, 6 joints cracked. Ooh. Definitely been sitting for a while. Oh, boy. Be right back, folks. The Adventure series was definitely good. I would even say like the Advanced series wasn't too bad. I didn't like 2 as much as 1 and 3, but the mechanic in I think it was 3 that lets you pair up whoever you wanted together, that was awesome. I really wish that would be a thing again. I love this cutscene. It's so funny. He's like, no, don't do it. And the bird's like, I'm gonna do it. Pop. He kind of deserves it, though. All right, let's do our next playthrough. Amy and Tails. By the way, Dean, how are you doing today? You're still around. Hope things are going well for you. Need to make sure to... You're good? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Of course, we gotta go for the easy first emerald here. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. You may have. I mean, again, I love these old Sonic games, and I tend to watch a lot of people play it. Usually I go for people that seem like either they're newer to the games or they don't have a lot of people watching them. Because, you know, I mean, to me it doesn't matter that much, but some people really just kind of... They feel bad when they don't really have anybody watching them, you know? And every once in a while, too, I can offer some advice to people if they want it. I try not to be pushy about it, because some people get, like... They get, like, super mad. I remember one time I was watching this guy. He was in... I thought he was, like, kind of cool. You know, I hung out and watched him play for a little bit, and he was in Lava Reef. And he went past an area, like, way past the area, and I was like, oh, you know, there's actually, like, a hidden room in that wall there. And, dude, he, like, bitched me out. He's like, down backseat game or whatever, and I'm thinking, like, bro, you're not even, like, near the thing anymore, my guy. And here's the other thing, too. I looked at his rules. I always look at people's rules. Okay? Usually if they have, like, no backseat gaming, I'm not even going to bother watching them. Just because not because I have an issue with not wanting somebody to tell you, like, you know, stuff. That's perfectly fine in my opinion. They just usually seem to be more uptight. And I'm like, I'm just kind of there for a good time. You know? But hey, to each their own. But his rules had nothing even in there about backseat gaming. So I'm like, you son of a gun. Like, you're going to sit here, bitch me out, because I told you about something. I didn't even tell you that you had to go in there or anything. I was just mentioning it. And you don't even have a rule against this. It's like, it was so crazy to me. Every time... You know what's funny, too? Like, every time I get to where he was in that level, I think about that. You know? And I don't get mad about it. I'm just kind of like, I just kind of chuckle to myself. I'm like, man, I remember that one guy that just flipped out for no good reason. That was kind of funny. Good times, though. You know, teach their own. But, yeah. That was an interesting one. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. Yeah, he did. Like, he was so mad at me. Just like, bam. I mean, you never know. Maybe they got mental issues. Maybe they had a really crap day. You know what I mean? Like, you don't, ultimately, you don't really know anything about the person, right? So maybe he's just having a bad day. I don't know. But I've unintentionally ticked off some folks over like some of the stupidest things. Hopefully that's just the case. But I was thinking, like, he had quite a few people watching him too. Like, I think he had like, you know, I say that it was like he had like maybe like around 10 people. Like, to me that'd be a lot. I'm literally a nobody, and I'm fine with that. I don't really care. I don't worry about it that much. But, you know, I'm like, man, it's like, I don't know, whatever. I remember one time I had a guy threaten to ban me from his stream because I kept making puns. He's like, if you make one more pun, I'm gonna ban you. Yes. Now, in this case, you know, the dude was not having a good time. He was so, like, I don't quite give him a pass, but I understand. He just needed to not lose control of his anger and take it out on me. And I was trying to kind of lighten the mood a little bit for him too, because I could tell he was getting a little bit frustrated. But yeah, the guy, he was stuck in Metropolis Zone. He was stuck in Metropolis Zone, and he just kept dying to literally everything. It was driving him nuts. And there's so many puns that you can make with stuff in Metropolis Zone. It is the best level for it. But yeah, he's like, I will ban you if you make one more pun. I'm like, okay, dude, like, chill. You don't need to. Nobody needs to die over this. It's okay, bro. Don't need to go Shadow the Hedgehog 2005 on me. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes people are. Like I said, I mean, I watch a lot of people. I've only had like 2 experiences, you know, where it ended up kind of not being so great. Yeah, it is what it is. But, you know, usually, like I said, I'm watching people that don't have a lot of people watching them or whatever. A lot of them are first-time players, and sometimes they do want help. So I'll usually be like, do you want a hint or anything? Otherwise, I'll just kind of shut up and, you know, watch you die. Alright, well, I don't sit there and say I'm going to watch you die, but, you know. It's effectively what would end up happening. And especially for Sonic 2, people want the hints. Especially once they get to Death Egg Zone. Oh my god, dude. Death Egg Zone is just... You know, I grew up with these games. I figured out how to fight those bosses back in, like, the 90s. I don't give it a second thought. But for a brand new player that doesn't know it, never seen anybody beat it maybe, or really, like, analyzed what they did, it is tough. Especially since you have to beat 2 bosses with no rings. You know, and there's no checkpoints or anything. Like, you have to get good. Alright, I will catch up on chat once I get out of here. I don't know. I gotta help Amy touch all the blue balls here, so we can get an emerald. There we go. That circus level in Sonic 3. Dude, oh my god, I'm glad you... Oh. So, I was watching a guy once. Why, dude, I'm gonna snooze this ad. This is the last snooze I get. But anyway, So they always happen during a good conversation, right? Stupid ads. It's the only downside to having affiliate. I like having the emojis and everything else in the channel points, but man, ads suck. I get it. Twitch gotta pay for their services, because I'm sure as heck not making them any money, but it just sucks. Anyway, oh shoot, where was I? Oh yeah, so I was watching this one guy. He was a little bit cocky, kind of a little bit on the loud, obnoxious side. I mean, again, I'm not trying to like cast shade on the guy. I don't think he was a bad dude or anything. He just kind of had that air about him, right? And he was playing Sonic 3 first, and he got to the circus, and he's like, man, I can't believe anybody got stuck on this barrel part. This was so easy. I figured this out. Like, you have to be stupid to not, like, whatever, right? And I'm like, I mean, you don't run into anything like it, and there's not really any indication as to how to do it. And it is possible to get through it by doing it wrong. You can actually jump and make it work if you had another controller and you controlled Tails. It's hard to do, but you could actually do it wrong and be successful. But he was talking some smack there on the folks that had trouble with that. Okay, cool. So then he goes to Sonic 2, and I'm trying to think what boss or what it was. He got stuck on something, and it was something I never would have thought that anyone would get stuck on. And, you know, I'm just like, yeah, you know what? You kind of had that coming to you. And I did, you know, I wasn't rude about it, but I kind of poked at him like, man, I'd never seen anybody have trouble with this before. I always had an easy time figuring that one out, you know? Just as kind of a friendly reminder, you know what? Just because you figured it out and it's easy for you doesn't mean it's the same. Everyone else has the same experience. We all have our moments where we have no idea what the hell is going on. And we're just trying to figure out how to play a game. Hopefully that lesson stuck with them, because, I mean, you know. You gotta kind of keep an open mind there. You know, it is what it is. I mean, people are gonna be people. But yeah, sometimes it is healthy to have, you know, the little pin inserted into your ego, just to let it deflate a little bit. Now, in my case, you know, I live by Murphy's Law, so I'd never be able to have an ego even if I wanted to. Because the moment I'm like, oh, this is pretty easy, you know, this is very simple. And that's like when I die in like usually the stupidest way possible. I'm like, yep, you know what? That checks out. That checks out. Yeah, Tails' swimming animation is awesome. It's crazy he's the only person that knows how to swim. He's the only one that knows how to swim. And it's funny because in like the cartoons and stuff, right, they always make fun of Sonic not knowing how to swim, but like none of the other characters do either. Tails is the only person I'm aware of that ever shows they're able to swim. It's like, you all drown. I played every game you folks are in. You all drown. None of you were getting out of that water. You would think Knuckles would at least know how to swim, you know? But no. Tails really kind of is OP. Okay, we're gonna have ads in about 2.5 minutes on Twitch. Yeah, no, Tails really is kind of OP. He is. I think a lot of people underestimate him. I think a lot of people underestimate Amy Rose too. I just don't think that in general the people that are Sonic fans really appreciate the characters for what they are. And I think that leads to them not liking them. Try to just throw Sonic in the ocean. I mean... I don't know. I mean, there's fights where Robotnik fights him underwater. I mean, heck, there's one here in Hydro City, Act 2. But yeah, like, just like... I don't know, Sonic always finds a way to get away. Like, I feel like if Robotnik wanted to yeet Sonic into the ocean, we're gonna bring back that overused term, yeet. Because I haven't heard it for like a couple of years. Everyone was saying yeet there for a while. But if he tried to yeet Sonic into the ocean, right? I feel like Tails would just kind of show up with his plane, like, literally out of nowhere and be like, hey, I'm gonna catch you, Sonic. Tails just kind of... He's kind of just got that perfect timing. He always knows what's going on, and he knows when he needs to show up with the tornado to bail Sonic out. Like, he is literally the #1, like... You know, #2. Like, he is like the best #2. If you could have like any #2 of any duo, it's like I would pick Tails every time. Sorry, Robin, I'm picking Tails, you know? Like, just picking Tails. He's better than every other second. I mean, he's good enough to be on his own, honestly. Because he really doesn't need Sonic. He's very capable on his own. Oh! Ooh, that doesn't sound good. I hear some emergency vehicles. Hopefully they get where they need to go quickly and safely. Might have been a bad accident or something. Unfortunately, that happens on the interstate up the road. Old Japanese Conquer Sonic is the spirit of an old pilot. I do not. I've not seen that. Admittedly, I am not super educated on really any Sonic-related comics. It's just not something I ever had available growing up or anything. And, yeah, so... I'm not super familiar with any of that stuff. I know some people said they really like them. But then, you know, they're always like, well, I like Archie, I like IDW, I like Fleetway. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What language is this? And then they lose me. It's like, I'll watch the Sonic movies, I'll play the games, the comics just is a realm I've not really dove into. Anyway, I will get caught up on the chat here once I get done touching some balls. And if you've got me, you know, in the background or on your second monitor, you're not really paying attention, then, well, you're missing all the fun, clearly. Alright, let's see here. There we go. Yeah, there's an ad going on. Alright. Kind of wait here. Let the old ad break finish. I gotta get back up top. Welcome back from the ad break. Yeah, that's kind of interesting that they made him a World War II thing. I have a feeling that is definitely not going to be considered canon, but that is interesting. I never heard of that. Do you know who made the comic? Because I think they've had like a few companies do the comics. There's Archie, Fleetway, there's the IDW stuff, and probably some other things. I don't know. Yeah, sure, let me know. I'm definitely curious. I may not read the comics, but I'm still interested in that kind of stuff. People bring it up. Let's see here. It was just a one-off comic book. Interesting. Oh, I screwed up. No! That was bad. I don't know why I did that, because I know better. At least I usually do. Oh boy, I almost didn't make that. I almost missed out on my last Chaos Emerald. Jeez. Let's see. But yeah, that is interesting. I've never heard of that, but I mean, nothing really surprises me. They've gone like anywhere and everywhere with Sonic. I just don't know if they really, in the beginning, knew how they wanted to market it. They just wanted a rival to Mario. They wanted to do some crazy stuff with it, but they weren't sure what to do. And then, like, they let the US kind of do whatever they wanted with Sonic. As long as it sold, they didn't care. And then they cared. And now, you know, they want to change they wanted to get control of everything. And now they're, like, changing everybody, which... You know, opinions vary there. I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, there's not one lore or anything, or any real continuity in Sonic for the most part. Oh, it's very wild. It's very wild. Everything that they've done with Sonic. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you're here when I was talking about some of the stuff earlier, but that's why I don't really get too caught up on a lot of the details with stuff. I just kind of consider most of these things to be contained, unless it's like Sonic 1, 2, and 3, you know, something that's clearly supposed to go in some kind of order. And even then, I notice and somewhat forgive weird inconsistencies and stuff. I just don't consider it all to be the same story. I just consider it to be another story. Oh, why did that hit me? That's so dumb. Well, it's like what they did with the Legend of Zelda stuff, right? Like, they made all these games. They aren't necessarily supposed to be in any particular order, more likely than not. You know, they just made games that they thought people would like. And then they're like, oh shit, we need to make a timeline for this, because everyone's obsessed with timelines and story progression and stuff now. Like, they actually care about these things, and it literally was not anything we ever thought about. What are we gonna do? Okay, let's BS a timeline. You know? Like, I'd rather they just be like, you know what? What you see is what you get, and if you don't like it, too bad. I mean, that's really what it is. It's like, I see through the BS. Most people do. I shouldn't have got hit by that thing. That was dumb. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I didn't do it right. But I don't normally take this path, so that's okay. I'm fine with it. I like doing different stuff. Hey, it's this guy again. Oh, I don't want a water shield. That doesn't do me any good. That's a downgrade. Oh, there's a fire shield. Okay. That's a little bit more helpful. And I will look at all that in a second. Oh, boy. Cheap viewers. I'll have to deal with that in a bit. I hate that. I don't even know where I'm going. Maybe it did. At least my bots are doing something to earn their keep. It's always so annoying. It's like... It's a 3-part manga series released in Japan as a promotion called Sonic the Hedgehog Story Comic. Oh yeah, very clever name. Let's see. Oh my god. Oh yeah, and then... Yep. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I've never heard of that, but there's probably a lot of that kind of stuff I've never heard of. There's like 2 things that I get a lot of. It's those bots, which actually I haven't been getting as often. I still get them, just not as often. And then like every once in a while you'll get somebody that's like, hey, I really like your stuff. Would you like to commission me to make stuff for you? I'm like, no. Add me on Discord. No. I will not. Oh my gosh, I can't do this. So bad. Oh my gosh. There we go. Holy cow, that was harder than that should have been for me for some reason. I mean, I get it, you know, I understand trying to make a buck, but not really appropriate. Yeah, I haven't seen as many art people. Every once in a while they pop in. I remember I was watching somebody last weekend, and one of those art folks came in, and they're like, do you want blah blah blah? And this person didn't have a mic, so they had to like stop playing to type because they were on console. And they're like, add me on Discord, and like, you know, wanting to like try to chat with them on Discord while they're streaming. And I was just like, don't you think that's a little rude? Like, this person's in the middle of streaming for people, and you're telling them to like stop streaming for the people that are watching to do all this shit. Like, just DM them, and if they want to buy from you, they'll get back to you. Yeah. Every once in a while, too, you'll get it on other platforms. I haven't seen it so much on Rumble. When I experimented with streaming on Kick, I got a bunch of those. That was like the only thing that watched me on Kick. which is why I gave up on it. Now I'm on Rumble instead as my third platform, because I do... Oh god, I, like, never see these people on YouTube. I don't know, it's just weird to me. Again, I understand wanting to make a buck. It's probably tough getting started if you're doing work like that. But it's like probably better ways to go about it. And at that point too, like if they're expecting you to drop your whole stream and everybody watching you just to like sell you some kind of thing that maybe they had like AI make for them, because you don't know if they actually made it or not themselves, right? Then you know, it's just kind of ridiculous. But you know, and if they're that rude, it's like, do you really want to do business with them? Because this person already does not have your best interest in mind, is what that tells you. So they aren't going to probably care about the quality of their work as long as you give them money for it. Right? They're not going to necessarily probably care what you want. Or really be able to deliver on what you actually want. So, I mean, there's that end of it, too. Like, they're kind of admitting that they're not probably very worth doing business with. Again, may not be true in all cases. I wouldn't be surprised if, in general, that is. So it's like negative advertising. But I think what they're trying to do is, like, pressure people into, you know... Oh, sure, like, I'll do it, I'll help you out, which, I mean, that's scummy also. I mean, that's kind of an easy boss. I like how it's scripted. You can hit that boss 3 million times, but you can't actually do the finishing blow until he flies. Okay, I suck at this. Alright. I hate this music. The Act 2 prototype music I don't entirely hate. But man, the one for Act 1, ugh. It's just not that good. They didn't beat... Oh god! Okay. I was gonna check the wall and yeah. Well, here's the thing though, like I don't know what version of the what you played this on, what version of the game, but you know, the original Sega release, it was that you know, this one is just like this really like kind of crappy, I don't know what the hell it is, and then you have like the random, and I'm like, I don't dig it. Okay, you know what? Forget it. I don't know. Tails doesn't want to cooperate with me. That's okay. We'll just do it the long way. It's fine. Sometimes Tails behaves, and other times he has a mind of his own. As Zaire puts it, he is a big orange ball of chaos. And you know what? That's a very accurate description. I don't think. See, I don't know. I've heard so many things. I've heard him like blame the estate and like various other things. I don't know what's actually true. Because usually when I watch videos on it and stuff, see people comment on it, like I don't see anything official, like Sega saying, they won't let us use the music anymore. I wouldn't even be surprised if Sega intentionally just doesn't use the. That's broken. I wouldn't be surprised if Sega just wanted to keep their distance because they're like, yeah, this dude had multiple people, accusing him of touching their children, and they didn't want kind of like roped into that. They didn't want the bad press from it. I mean, heck, accusations, whether they're based on something or not, they're still damaging. It is what it is. So they probably wanted to put as much distance as they could between them and Michael Jackson. It is what it is. And I mean, I don't think it was technically, I don't think Michael Jackson probably had any input, but Brad Buxer was working for him as a keyboardist, and he, I think, is the one that actually did the music. I mean, designed for kids or not, I mean, you gotta... Not that it wouldn't be considered, like, a serious allegation today, but I mean, like... This was a long time ago, even, right? Like, stuff like this, I think, was oftentimes taken more seriously. Okay, I can't... Whatever, we'll just do it the normal way. I did it last time. I don't know why I can't get it now. But, it's just... People don't want the... Because unfortunately, guilt by association is a thing. And then you also get the whole argument, okay, like, do you separate the artist from the art? Most people have a hard time with that. And, some people say, well, like, should you? Because, you're giving your money to somebody who did XYZ thing, that you probably don't agree with. I mean, it could turn it into... Oh boy. Oh god. Wow, that bounce. Oh, man. I mean, at that point, the whole conversation, sprouts wings, not unlike Shadow in Sonic X Shadow Generations, which, that was some false advertising right there. I'm sure many Sonic fans were disappointed. But, So, like, normally with manga and stuff, right? Like, when they have, like, something... A character X another character, it usually implies some kind of relationship between them. So, like, part of the joke was that, like, there was gonna be, some kind of Sonado type thing going on there. If you look at the reviews on Steam for that game, some of them are pretty damn funny. There's people commenting like, game was great, loved the gay boss fight at the end or something. It's like, oh my god. Someone's gonna have no idea what's going on, not have any idea that it's a joke, and just totally get the wrong idea about the game. Still, pretty funny. Gotta love the sense of humor some folks have. Even if it is a bit warped. Sonado Generations. But Oh, man. By the way, Dean, did you have the opportunity to play that game? And if you did, what were your thoughts? I know I did. I have thoughts, but I don't want to share those first. Alright, you loved it. Alright, gotcha. See, for me, maybe it's because I'm partial to 2D games. And admittedly, I wasn't, like, a huge fan of the original generations. Like, it's not a bad game. It's just not up there for me. For me, Sonic X Shadow Generations, it was kind of whatever. I appreciate a lot of things they did there. But, I don't know. Some of the Doom powers felt underwhelming, especially Morph. Hey, I'm not that bad, Wesker. Come on. Are you done with your multi already? That's pretty quick. The Doom powers just, unnecessary, and honestly, I don't really feel like they add anything. Like, you could maybe argue the wings, but what I don't like about the wings is they imply that is his super mode. Right? So what, is Shadow not going to be collecting Chaos Emeralds for himself? He's just going to use his Doom powers, and somehow flying mode is supposed to be equivalent to super? I am sorry, that's bullcrap. You know? And the reason why I say it's equivalent is because, like, it's the last power he gets, arguably his most powerful one, and it costs you rings to stay in that form. I have real reservations with that concept. Especially if you're trying to still tell me that Shadow and Sonic are, like, on the same level as far as, like, power. Like, to me, that does not seem like... That does not seem even. Infinite energy and invulnerability versus I can fly. Cool. Like, how many characters in Sonic the Hedgehog can fly now? You know? You ain't special, Shadow. I'm sorry. And then they didn't give him a gun. Like, come on, man. At least in the movie, they're gonna give Shadow a gun, but we couldn't give him a gun in Sonic X Shadow Generations? Not even for one level? Come on! Chaos Spear sucks. All it does is paralyze people. It's, like, mildly helpful. I want to take, like, an AK or an M4 and just mow down some stuff, you know? Swiss cheeserize some Eggman robots. And I mean, like, we didn't even get Chaos Burst or anything. Like, he had those powers in Shadow the Hedgehog. It almost felt like they were trying to sweep the Shadow the Hedgehog game under the rug and pretend it never happened, which really annoys me. I don't think it's the greatest game that was ever released, but it's not, like, terrible. It's still part of his history, and they just completely freaking ignored it. He had no levels from that game at all? No reference to it even? Like, what the heck? It was his game. It was literally a game that was based on him, and you didn't include it in Shadow Generations. What the actual shit? Yeah, Doom was the major villain, but, like, that's the other thing, too. Yeah. Like, Doom was in that game also. You know? So, I mean, you would think there would have been one zone. Instead, we get, like, Rail Canyon. And I get it, like, you know, some people really like Rail Canyon. They like the grinding stuff. That's cool. But, like, that has... I think that has less to do with Shadow. And then here's the other thing. Then they put him on Chaos Island. Why is Shadow on Chaos Island, for crying out loud? He was never there. That has nothing to do with him. That's Sonic Frontiers. Shadow was never there. I'm sorry. That makes no sense to me. Like, it's like, I have issues with stuff like that. Yeah, it takes place before Frontiers. It's like, okay, sure. So then, like, why was Shadow there? How did Shadow figure out how to get in there? Like, the only reason why anyone got in there in the first place is because Robotnik, or Eggman, created Sage, and he used Sage to hack into whatever, and it sucked them all into cyberspace or whatever. Like, I'm sorry, what? What the heck is going on? Like, to me, it just seems so weird. I don't know. It's the same thing. Like, does Sega even know what they want to do with their characters? Oh my god, we're gonna have another ad. I'm gonna snooze this guy. But yeah, and the game takes place before Frontiers and all that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a big fan. I don't hate Big the Cat necessarily. But I don't know. He just seems like he's there to be there. I'm not a big fishing person either. Some people really love their fishing mini games and stuff, and I understand that, you know. Every crowd has those. I don't. I hate fishing. I don't even fish in real life. I find it boring. I'm not gonna do it in a video game. But, you know, that's just that's a personal taste thing. Not gonna rip on anybody over it. You like Big the Cat? You like fishing mini games? Hey, you know what? Happy for you. They got something in Sonic for you. Rip original Sonic 2 music. Yeah, this is an unmodded version of it. Because it's got separate saves and I'm trying to get completions. And I needed to do Amy's, so we're doing an Amy-themed Sonic stream today. But yeah, I definitely prefer the music that came in the original release. Launch Base just... See, I'm okay with Carnival Night Zone Act 2's proto tracks, and I'm okay with Ice Cap. I don't think they're better, but I'm okay with them. Launch Base and Carney Act 1, no, get that crap out of here. I don't mean disrespect to the folks that worked and, you know, put effort into making those, but I'm sorry, they don't stack up to Brad Buxer. I'm sure they gave it a lot of effort, but it is not what I see for it. It's not what I prefer. See, that's the thing, though. Is it really Michael Jackson's estate, or is it just that Sega doesn't want to be associated with a guy that kept being accused of touching children? You know, like, we'll modernize this. You know, what if Dr. Disrespect wrote the music for these levels? Would Sega be like, I don't know, dude, he was, like, trying to get with kids at TwitchCon. Maybe we shouldn't have his music in our game, you know? Like, probably, you know? They don't want that bad press. Yeah, exactly, Dean. But because I mean, like, up until that point, Michael Jackson had a good relationship with Sega. They liked him. Michael Jackson liked Sonic the Hedgehog. He showed up. Like, you know, they made a game for Michael Jackson. You know. Oddly enough, it has a bunch of little girls, no little boys, you know, but... That was the major plot twist that got me, but, you know, hey. Yeah, we're slightly unhinged today, with the commentary. I'm really pushing YouTube and Twitch's TOS, and probably half the people watching or that stop in. They're like, dude, what the hell did I get into? But you know, uh, the Sonic community. Well, I mean, to be fair, we're not talking about furries, we're talking about PDF files. Oh, I hate this bonus stage. If I get Robotniks, I swear, man. Alright, let's... I'm gonna grab a couple of rings and then GTFO. But... really? Alright, we got ads starting in about a minute. I'll let these roll, that way we get another half hour. It's either, like, I have long ads and then everybody complains about how long the ads are, but then we don't have ads for, like, an hour or two. Or I make the break short, and then the ads just constantly interrupt every conversation ever. I mean, I can't win. I tried. I can't win. Ads are part of the game. Yes, it's the free version of the mobile port of Sonic. I mean, it might as well be. Christian Whitehead made this too, so you know, there might as well be ads in it, and a pay, you know. Where's Jimmy when you need him? Oh, man. Who loves sniffing Jimmy right now? Oh, man. Let's do this. I'm so glad I have invulnerability. The birds aren't real, they work for the bourgeoisie. This game is proof of that. Alright, we're going super. I don't have time for these metal Orbinauts. Birds isn't the fall. Bougie Birds, isn't that the follow-up to Angry Birds? Could be Flappy Birds too. Oh boy, it's Knuckles. He's gonna punch us. See, again, further proof they don't know what they want to do with Sonic. Oh, I gotta wait till the ad's done. Ba, 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 ba. Time to go cheese a boss. I mean, this is why I collect the emeralds. All right, as the stupid ad should be done at least for now. You know, further proof that Sega didn't really know what they wanted to do with these characters. Every time Knuckles punks you in this game, he just has a shit-eating grin on his face and he's laughing, right? And then after these games, we get Adventure, and Knuckles is like, I don't chuckle. It's like, dude, you freaking chuckled the entirety of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. What are you talking about? Nobody's buying your BS. You laugh more than the Joker in this game. Alright, that's the halfway mark. Now we gotta collect more emeralds. My favorite. I like the Sonic 3 Air mod. If you play with Shadow, Shadow gets to that point and he just rams Knuckles off the platform. He's just like, you know what? Screw you, and just BAM! Knocks him right off of it. It is hilarious. A very Shadow thing for him to do. We get the psychedelic bonus rings now, folks. These are the rings that the hippies were using back in the day. We did them in order for the most part last time. We'll do them backward now. Yeah, what's continuity? Continuity? That doesn't exist. Not in my game. Not in my Sonic. Gosh darn it. Oh, that's right. It's over there. I had to think for a second. Alright. Well, we're 1 out of 7. I love these super emeralds and how huge they look. I really wish they kept them, but they're like, nah, we can't have that anymore. We can't have that, but we can have like Super Sonic 2 in Frontiers. It's like we're just further ripping off Dragon Ball Z. Got it. Got it. SST equals SSJ2. I'm not sure I'm picking up what you're dropping there. Maybe I'm operating a bit slow from being sick, but... Alright. Gotcha. Fair enough. Dude, I'll tell you what, I can't wait till I'm over this flu. This thing sucks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yesterday I thought I was gonna die. I say that and I laugh. It's like, I ain't as scared of death. Way above my pay grade. But no, so I had to renew my driver's license. And so even though I was sick, I hauled my butt up to the DMV, which is like a half hour away. I should have looked at what their open hours and days were, because apparently they're closed on Monday. Why they're not open on Monday, I have no clue, but they aren't. Alright, cool. Wasted a half hour. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go to the Chinese restaurant here. And I'm gonna get some lunch, because I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything yet today. So I go to the Chinese place and, you know, get some food. The lady comes, gives me my bill and everything, and I pay it, and I start heading out the door. I noticed, you know what, like, I feel my throat a little bit more than I did previously. And I'm thinking maybe something I ate, like, irritated it, you know? Because, again, I'm sick. It's swollen a little bit. I didn't really think anything of it. Well, then my lips started, like, getting spots and shit. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Something there I had a reaction to. But I started getting, like, these big, like, bumps on my lips and stuff. And I was like, oh, shit. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was allergies. Now, fortunately, my throat didn't, like, actually close up or anything. You know, I was fine. It's just, it took a few hours for all that to kind of work its way out of my system. No, I as far as I know, I have no food allergies to anything. I eat, you know, Chinese, not like all the time, but I eat it often enough. Like, I have no idea what was going on there. I was very surprised. So I was. But yeah, definitely an allergic reaction. But I ended up being okay. I didn't have to go to the hospital or anything. But I don't know. That was crazy. I wish I knew what it was. And then, of course, I, like, you know, I went back today to get my driver's license renewed. They were open. And I stopped there, and I had most of the stuff that I had yesterday, and I did not have the same reaction. So I don't know if there was some kind of weird cross-contamination that happened or what, but it was just weird to me. It was very weird. But yeah, so what I did is when I got back home yesterday, I was just like, man, I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna drink. And I finished my blue sapphire up. Or my Bombay sapphire, excuse me. It's like, screw this, I'm getting buzzed. I'll get over it. I'll get over my poison by further poisoning myself. You know, the logical solution. But I do wish I knew what the heck caused that. That's so weird. Because like I said, as far as I know, I have no food allergies. But yeah, yesterday was an interesting day. And everything just went so much to shit. I was like, you know what? I refuse to let today suck. I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna stream and I'm gonna have fun, damn it. I don't care if anybody even stops in to watch or talk. I'm gonna stream and have fun playing Sonic. And that's what I did. And you know what? That went very well. You know, took lemons and made a lemonade out of it. Heck, at one point, I literally made lemonade yesterday. I did not know this was a trick, but it works really well. If you want to squeeze juice out of a lemon, put it in the microwave for like 30 seconds, and then cut it open. I don't know what, but the microwave, like, destroys the seeds or something. Because there was no seeds in my lemon. Like, so like somebody told me to try it once, because it helps with juicing a lemon, and I tried it. Like well, first what you do is you kind of like roll it around a bit to soften it up. And you press on it, roll it around, and then you put it in the microwave for like 30 seconds. And yeah, there's like no seeds. I don't know what the heck happened to the seeds. It was like witchcraft or something there. It was crazy. Couldn't believe it. It was cool though. So yeah, pro tip. Oh, then the other thing that was cool that happened yesterday, I was getting ready to like go to bed. Oh shoot, can't remember what the guy's name is on Twitch. He's on YouTube also. But those that have watched me or know me at all, I really love music from these old games, especially the Sonic games. And I want to learn how to do some stuff. Actually, I got myself like a keyboard that I'm gonna use with, oh, what the hell's the program called? It's Steinberg Cubase. If I ever take the time to learn how to do all this stuff, which I want to do, but I gotta learn how to actually play a keyboard. I used to play a trumpet at one point in my life, and then I didn't touch it for over a decade, and then I tried to pick it up again, and then I pissed people off because trumpets are loud. Go figure, right? So I gave up on that, and I was like, okay, maybe I should like try to learn a keyboard, and I could like use a program, and I could have headphones and stuff and use it, right? Do some music oriented stuff that way. So I ordered this keyboard. It's pretty nice. From Sweetwater, and I was like, I gotta do something with this. And then I see this guy start streaming for Sonic 2, and he's like doing some music stuff. I see him, he's got like the oscilloscope deconstruction thing up. He's looking at it and trying to like, from sound figure out like the chords and everything. And I'm like, oh my god, this is awesome. This is exactly the kind of thing I want to watch right now. So I watched him. He was like prepping for it, trying to figure out like, I guess what he does is he plays through old games, and then excuse me, he plays through old games and stuff, and then he tries to figure out how to play the music on his keyboard just from ear. Really cool. Really cool. So I saw him, I guess, like he does his preparation on Twitch, and then when he's ready, he goes live on both Twitch and YouTube. So that was really interesting. Oh, it sounds like somebody hopped into the server. What's up, Ocean? Just doing a Sonic stream here. I actually forgot I was in here, but how you been? Just trolling, hey. Oh man. It can be. Oh. Yeah, they probably won't, but hell, hey. Yep. Yeah. It is funny. Yeah, doing some Sonic 3 and Knuckles right now. Yep. Got some cool folks in here just talking with, and we're having a good time. But yeah, no, there's definitely some cool people out there, and what's cool is like, I'm watching him do stuff on his keyboard and everything. I'm like, man, that's awesome. I want to learn how to play a keyboard. And he's like, do you have one? I'm like, it's funny you mention that because I just ordered one here and, recently. And I've been trying to figure it out. So he actually gave me some, like, tips and stuff, too, which was really awesome of him. Like I said, I can't remember the name of the channel. I have him followed. I can tell you folks here in a bit. But yeah, no, definitely a cool dude. Like I said, he streams on both Twitch and YouTube, but his focus is YouTube. That's where most of his chat and everything is. Really cool dude. Cool. Not a bad choice. Let's see. It should be right over here. Yep. Sometimes his last four are tough. Hey, that's all of our super emeralds. Nice. But yeah, no, the dude was cool, and it was really, like, he's, like, improvising some of the stuff, too, so, like, he's sitting there actively figuring out, okay, this is how the song, these are the notes they're using, and then, like, he's, like, remixing it live right there. Dude was freaking amazing. I was like, yeah, I'll definitely be checking this dude out when he streams more. I just, the only problem was he kind of was streaming late. But, yeah, no, it was pretty cool. let me give me a second. Let me see. Let me bring up the old. Because I do want to give this guy some props here. See if I can find him in the list. Shiloh McGroove, ShilohMcGroove. Yes, that is the individual. Like I said, if you're into music stuff or like old video games stuff, yeah, check him out. Apparently there's quite a few people too that were in the chat that do like music oriented things as well, so that was kind of cool listening to them talk. To me it's almost like a different language. They're like, oh yeah, that's a whatever, minor or major or whatever, and I'm just like, I mean, I kind of know what you're talking about, but yet I don't. It's like, now with this handle, if you go up on the left hand side, you can actually get into a hidden room up here, but you have to use the left one. I didn't do it because I don't need to go up there, but I just like to point that out. Some people know about it, some people don't. Yeah, no problem. I mean, at the very least, whether I get any sort of following online or not, I don't really care, but I definitely want to promote people that I think are good. So, I love doing that. Well, time for some Flying Battery Zone. I mean, besides, I just do this kind of as a hobby. I don't take this too seriously. I'm perfectly fine with even just one person watching me and having a chat. I mean, that's really the main reason why I do this. It's just another way to talk to people I wouldn't normally have an opportunity to. And if nothing else, it gives me an excuse to play more video games than I probably should. So, That's always a plus. All right. Heck yeah. Wesker getting all emotional on us. I really like Tangia. That's pretty fun. Man. I love Flying Battery Zone. I really like the music for this. One of my tracks that I play for actually a couple of tracks, they're actually modified versions of the Flying Battery Zone music. One is a mashup for just the percussion and bass, which that alone, honestly, like, I would listen to. It sounds really great. And then the other one is kind of like a mashup. I change the pitch, and I did some other stuff with it. Added a few things in there. I emphasized certain parts of the track that maybe you're not going to normally hear as well. And it kind of sounds epic. It almost sounds like something that should be in an RPG, honestly. It's just kind of got that epic adventure feel to it, I think. I mean, it's not quite like a remix. I don't know what you would call it. But it's pretty cool. But I started doing stuff like that, and I was like, you know, it'd be cool just to, like, be able to make my own stuff entirely. And hence, you know, I bought the keyboard and all that other stuff. I just gotta actually take the time to figure out how stuff works. Because you gotta figure out how to use the software with it, and then how to actually play the keyboard and all that. And I don't have... Like, I never played a piano or anything, so, like, I've got a little bit of learning to do there. But it's cool. I like it. Like Amy's idle animation. It's great. Okay, I don't know why I lost speed there, but I did something wrong. Oh god, I shouldn't have done that. Tails, you took my ride, bro. What are you doing? So much speed. Heck yeah, man. We got a need for speed. That's half of a Sonic game. You gotta have that speed. Alright. One thing that I appreciate that they changed in the Origins version, although it doesn't make as much sense because of the change, is those little, like, wire barrel things. In the original, you have to enter it from the open section to be inside of it. In Origins, they changed it so you don't have to. So you could just, like, enter it from anywhere. But logically, it doesn't make sense, but as far as a gameplay standpoint, it does make it a lot easier. I love this part. Whee! That's why that's my favorite route, by far. Another thing I've been slowly, like, kind of dipping my toes into. I don't think I'm gonna go for really more ads. Hold on, I'm gonna put a pause on those. Oh, I can't. I'm out of snoozes. Well, shoot. We got 2.5 minutes. But one thing that I've been kind of dipping my toes into speedrun stuff just for something else to do on the channel here. So every once in a while I'm gonna have a speedrun stream. Maybe once every week or two, where I practice. I'm not very good at it. I'm definitely still learning, but fortunately I have a couple of people that are awesome, that are willing to teach me how to do certain things. I don't really care so much about like making any world records or anything like that, but some of the tricks they do are just really cool, and I want to be able to do them on stream fairly reliably. In the original version of this game, you cannot defeat that thing. You just have to wait for it to shoot, and then it blows up. I guess it overheats or something? I don't know. That's another change that I don't mind in this version. Yeah, essentially. I mean, it kind of seems weird how much damage he's doing to his own ship. Just like some of the sections where you have to go through the floor. It has those missiles that are on or not a missile, but it's like a bomb or something that's on a parachute, and you use those to open up a hole in the floor to get back into the ship. Yeah, the parabombs, exactly. It's like, man, you're destroying your own stuff. Makes no sense. It's a cool mechanic, though. They also, I think, made it take... I can't remember if you need as many in this version to open up the hole. I know Air, they made it like one set will open up a hole. Walt Beginning could have killed... Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like Robotnik doesn't actually want to kill Sonic. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem like he does. Like, he'll push Sonic, but he doesn't push to the nth degree so he can actually kill him. So either he enjoys the back and forth, or he's just using Sonic to test his robots so he can keep making better ones. But yeah, he uses the animals to power it. Oh, there's an ad break. Ooh. Made that the last possible second. Woohoo! Do 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 do. Tails grabbed a thing. Lol. I think I can jump here. Yep. Oh boy. All right, let's go take out a boss. But yeah, like I was saying though, before the ad break kind of messed it up. I don't know. It seems to me like either Robotnik enjoys the back and forth, like he has fun trying to build up this army and seeing how long it takes Sonic to actually like beat him, because he knows Sonic's not gonna kill him, right? Um, or he's just using Sonic to test stuff out, so he can make better and better robots. But yeah, it is interesting that he relies on using the animals to power his robots. Whereas Gun, thanks to the research oh, I effed up. Thanks to the research his grandfather did for them. Okay, why are you going backwards, my guy? Get back over there. They use chaos drives to do... Oh, okay, that was... I died on this boss. You know what, folks? That didn't happen. That whole thing, that didn't happen. That wasn't real. That was a glitch in the Matrix. Oh my god. I'm not sure if they ever elaborated on how they make the chaos drives. Boom! Okay, that's how that fight actually is supposed to go. Definitely not the way that it went before. Come on. Oh, I missed it. Where is that one up? It's somewhere in there. Now for my least favorite level. But we're getting there. We're getting through it. You know what, Tails? Just take me up here. Oh, darn it. Let's try this again. Oh my god. This shouldn't be the pain in the butt that it is, but it's a pain in the butt because Amy has such a small hitbox. Oh god, I'm gonna die! Oh, okay, never mind, we're not doing that. I think you're supposed to be Knuckles to get up there. I actually think the level looks a little bit cooler with the lights off. Also, what's with Robotnik and pyramids? You know, he sets up a base in this one. He had one in Sonic Adventure 2. He likes pyramids for some reason. Alright. The ghost just shows up and it's like, nope. Oh god. Oh, what? Excuse you, game? I don't know how that guy hit me, but okay. So if you do a loop jump on these, you only have to go around them once. I could have done this without the sand, but Tails is annoying sometimes to use. Again, just with aiming, it's because she has a smaller hitbox. Oh, what? Oh, God. Oh, no. That was not good at all. No. Oh, okay, good. The sand stopped. Wow. I'm just fumbling hard right now. Tails, I was gonna actually use you to fly, but never mind, dude. You messed it up. Get as many rings as I can here. Oh my gosh. Oh, get out of here, ghosts. Do. But yeah, that loop jump tip was absolutely awesome. Again, I can thank Z for that one. I call him Master Z. Which is funny because there is a character that's called that in Lost Worlds. Oh, I missed the bonus ring. Oh no. Easy, boss. Some people have trouble with it though. I've seen people struggle. Sometimes it sucks to fight. Oh man. I love Lava Reef. Oh. All right. Oof. Ow. Why are you doing that to me? Game. At least I get a replacement shield there. Alright. Oh, that was dumb. Oh god, no! What? Really, game? Really? I don't know why that spin dash jump didn't work, but... oh well. Lost a bunch of rings off of that. But... oh god! No. Alright, I'm going super. Forget you! I think I could have gone in on the other side there too, but whatever. How many rings do I really need? So many rings, and I love it. It is the best. Uh-oh. Okay. Kind of screwed up there a little. Oh, man, that could have been bad. Ooh. I got lucky with the timing there. I could have gotten crushed by that thing. If I kept going. I just accidentally ran over that thing. Alright, time for a boss fight. Oh, I just missed 200 rings. Shoot. Botnik said, talk to the hand. Or fight with the hand. Oh, okay. I can actually stand on him and not get killed. Yeah, some versions of this game, that'll crush you, others not. And I can never remember which one, so I just play it safe. Oh, goodness. Ooh. Ugh. Oh, that's fine. We're gonna get a new shield anyway. Ooh, that was good timing. No! Crap! I would hit the Robotnik box. Son of a gun. It's kind of funny. It sucks, but that is kind of funny. Gotta admit. No! Oh, no, my rings. My beautiful rings. Yeah, well, we've got 50 again. And a shield. That's where I like to be. Oh, are you kidding me? I got crushed. Lame. Alright. You know, it just means we get another opportunity to not suck. I'll take it. There's tails. There we go. I guess in this version it maybe can take a little bit of effort to get up there. So I saw somebody else try to get in there the other day, and he didn't get in. I think I understand why now. I'm just gonna be patient and wait this time. Great. Yeah, the fire shield comes in clutch here. Yeah, those are very particular. If for some reason the game doesn't give you the right height, you aren't making it. Good to know, though, because I don't normally play this version of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. It's not my favorite. I'd rather do Air or the original. Yeah, let's... Trying to go where Tails went. Gosh darn it, there we go. We'll open up this, come down here. I like that little hidden area. It's kind of neat. Okay. Run on that. Ooh. Almost didn't make it. Alright, time to get bullied by Knuckles. Let's go. I can't wait. I still don't know why that boulder is so sticky. That makes no sense. But we're kind of set up for this. We got a fire shield. I've got 226 rings. As long as I don't do something too stupid, we're good. It'll just be a boring boss fight. Tails, why you dying, man? Alright, we're gonna bounce down here. Grab these rings. Then we get that fire shield. Poor Tails. Wait, you ever licked a fresh ice cube? Sticks. Yeah, I've had that. Oh, dude, you just reminded me of something. Oh my god. Alright, so I know this is something that happens in like a movie, an old movie, but some kid actually tried this at school. Alright, probably because he saw the movie and whatever. So there was this one kid, I don't know, he was kind of off a bit, maybe? Would be the best way to put it. He wasn't necessarily like a bad person or anything. He's just a little, but he wasn't like stupid either. I don't know. He kind of lacked common sense, maybe. It's the best way to put it. So he decided in the middle of the winter that he was going to try licking the flagpole outside. And yes, his tongue did stick, and he lost like the top layer of his tongue from it. They had to call, I think they had the police and the fire department there to get him off of the pole. So, yeah. Yeah. I was surprised that anybody tried it. I did this, but very minimal tongue came off when I pulled it. Oh my god, dude. Well, at least you didn't lose much tongue. You know, that would suck. But yeah, no, I heard that it was a bad idea. I saw the movie where some kid did that, and I was like, I'm not gonna do this. So I have never tested that myself. Yeah, Ocean, you ought to give that a try. That's almost as bad as the... You know what? That's almost as bad as the bleach incident that happened. The bleach incident. Oh my god, why am I sucking at this? Tails, pick me up. What do I pay you for? Unfortunately, I don't think I can tell that story on Twitch. That might be pushing it. I'm already pushing it today with some of the... Okay. Dude, why can I not get up there? I'm gonna try this one more time. Okay, whatever. I don't know why that happened. There's, like, item boxes up there. I wanted to show off, but, man... It's so hard to grab onto Tails' Amy. It was messing it up. If I was Sonic or literally anyone else, so... Well, Knuckles might have... Well, you can't do Knuckles with Tails on here. That's a Sonic 2 thing. Well, whatever. Either way. Not really that important, but there's item boxes up there. Or are. There was definitely some taste buds left on the pull, though. Well, I mean, did the pull at least taste good? Like, was it worth it? Was it like, this is like the best ever? Tails just finished off Knuckles, dang. Look at him being helpful. Instant seared, so no. Oh god. Gotcha, gotcha. I like how you can't actually beat this. I guess if you use hacks or something so you can sit there and keep wailing on them, well, it'll do this in the original. I don't know about Origins. You'll just, like, crash the game. Like, you can actually make him die, but you crash the game. Now, I always point this out because it's just ridiculous. And sometimes I got different people around. I just beat Knuckles up with a hammer. Okay, Robotnik shocked his brain with probes from both sides of his head. Knuckles fell down, hit, like, you know, on his back, hit the back of his head on, like, a stone floor. That caused the stone floor to collapse. He fell down, cranked his head off of another stone floor, got up, and then broke a wall. Like, I don't know. He's like, indestructible. I think he just has negative health, so you can't. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I don't know how they handle it in Origins. I just know you can crash it in the OG based on some videos I've seen people that apparently messed with it. Yay! Sonic 1 boss. Let's go. Oh my god. Yeah, go Tails! Go Tails! Look at that. He's doing some work for me now. He's like, we're at the end of the game. I'll finally start contributing. Yeah, I'll pick up a shield, why not? I am gonna need some more rings here before too much longer. Oh, I don't want in that thing. Yay, this is the boss that I hate from Sonic 2 the most. I'd rather fight Death Egg Robot than this, although he's not too bad in Origins if you have Tails, because you can just destroy him with Tails is flying. That's actually the speedrun strat for it. Sonic 2 OG? Not so easy. Oh god, I got the slot machine. Alright, well, rip. Okay, well that's still not enough. Oh, here we go. Yep, it happened. Oh my god, I just barely avoided 3 Robotniks. What? The game had mercy on me. I don't know. Should I keep going? I feel like I'm pushing my luck at this point. Let's just get out of here. He's not bad because he's in range of the extra hit thing you do when jumping on like Sonic 2. Yeah. Oh wait, I'm going backwards. Duh. Stupid. And then I lost my shield, so now I gotta transform or risk losing all of my rings. I do that sometimes on this stage. Forget where I was going. I thought that swinging thing was gonna squish me. Oh no! Gosh darn it! I overshot it. Oh man. Also, I don't know why in Generations and literally any other game where they reference Sky Sanctuary, they fill it with death pits. There's very few places that I can think of you actually die from falling. That's always annoyed me. It's like, this is not accurate. Oh, we got ads starting in 2 minutes. Gross. At least for you folks on the old Twitcheroni. Yeah, I mean... Stingy says I prefer Archie and Amy, obviously. You know, I stays in the background like... Oh, dang. Damn, that's a hot take. I mean, you're kind of like... You're not wrong in that she's in the background a lot. But she does show up, and she kicks butt when she does show up. She's actually not too bad in it. Although Archie is pretty weird at times with their stuff. But actually, you know, funny enough, I was just watching a video about that the other day. They were talking about Archie Amy. I don't know why I jumped into those spikes. I thought I could get on top of them, and that was not the strat. I don't think it translates well into 3D. Ah. I mean, Sonic in general, I think you can make that argument. I think there's a lot of things with Sonic that don't translate well into 3D. Oh, God! Jeez, I almost got hit by that rocket. Oh, boy. Don't mind me, just having a heart attack over here. I've been through worse. Oh, I could have had rings and I got a bubble. Oh my god, we're getting every type of shield here. Can I just get some rings? That's all I want. Probably gonna get one-ups. Oh my god. Did I not call that? Alright, I swear, you a one-up. Oh, you actually gave me rings. Alright, we're happy now. We're good. Alright, good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind old Amy. We'll see what they do with her moving forward. Because they are definitely changing some things. And we didn't really get to see a lot of her rework in Frontiers. I mean, we did, but we didn't. You know what I mean? I didn't like what I saw necessarily, but again, we'll give it some time. They're clearly working on doing stuff. It's not a done deal yet. But, you know. You know, maybe the rework will actually be that they just revert back. Because, like, Ian likes to reference old stuff. So, like, haha, we changed Amy and now she's back to how she used to be. Haha. Oh, ad break. Gosh darn it. These stupid ad breaks. I don't know if I go that far. I'll kind of get into that here in a second once the ad break is over in a couple of seconds. Oh boy, I actually need to use this light bridge. Here we go. Welcome back from the break, everybody on Twitch. Just clash too much if you take her out of her CD palette. Add the red with the pink. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I don't know. I don't mind her red dress thing that they gave her though. But I get where you're coming from. The green kind of stands out more. Oh my god. And the orange. I don't know. I could take either one. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're just gonna clown on this boss here. Speedrun strat. Just kidding. Speedrunners don't have all the emeralds and can do that. Although you could probably still time a jump right. Green and orange suit in 3D, and it never feels the same. Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah. Some things... Yeah, some things, I don't know. That the dynamic between 2D and 3D definitely changes a lot of stuff. Some things are just gonna work and look better than others in that format. See, they just need to make her not wear clothes like Sonic, then it literally doesn't matter. She'll have like gloves and shoes, although that would be kind of weird. And knowing the fan base for Sonic, that might be a can of worms we just don't need. Well, parts of the Sonic fan base. And for those of you out there watching me, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh my goodness. Alright. Oh god! Dude, Mashed. Oh my god. Dude, Mashed is nuts. That one was just so out there. I didn't even feel comfortable posting that on my Discord server. I'm just like, nah, this is a little too much. It's a little too much. You're literally sitting on a throne. It's a giant ass. God. And everyone just keeps reminding him of that. And he's like, okay, fine, I get it. Quit bringing that up. Oh god. Oh, there was 2 of them. Come on, Tails. You're faster than waiting for these things to move. Oh god. Oh god, no, Tails. You failed me. You failed me, Tails. I'm gonna die. How could you? If I die, this is all your fault. I'm gonna haunt you. Oh god. Ooh. We barely made it. I'm going in here. Oh boy, it's this one. Oh, yep. The 3 Robotniks, really? Really? You gotta do me like that? Oh my goodness. Dude, for real? For real? Come on. 2 Robotniks. You owe me a jackpot game. Oh. It's like, oh, you'll get a jackpot. Just kidding. We're gonna give you a bar instead. Now I have pretty much as many rings as I had when I went in. I mean, you know, for going to a casino, I guess breaking even or just about even isn't that bad, but damn, dude. I got robbed, just like a real casino. That minigame is so realistic. I love this music. Probably should have jumped over this one because I could have gotten some rings. Hey, you got some rings there. And I got shot at. Oh yeah, Ocean, since you weren't here for it when I was talking about this earlier. So, supposedly Shadow's gonna have a gun in the movie, but in Shadow X Sonic Generations, they didn't do any of the Shadow the Hedgehog video game levels, and they didn't give him a gun at any point during the game. But they're gonna give him a gun in the movie, supposedly. It's like, dude, what? It's hammer time! Gosh, that is so broken. Dude, we could have caught Robotnik there. Tails, like, ran way ahead. Amy was right behind him. We could have just, like... Tails could have just tripped him. He could have just, like, whacked his legs with his tails. That would have been it. But no, we let him get inside of his giant mech. So he can do things. What the heck? Like, nobody is serious. This man's a danger to the world, and they're just like, whatever. Oh, it actually let me hit that with the... Oh, boy. Oh, we're almost done. Unless I screw up here, which is entirely possible. Goodbye, Tails. It was nice knowing you, buddy. Oh, come on. No! Oh, my God! Oh, that's so scary. Dude, what? I hit him from underneath and I still... Okay, game. Okay, game. I see how it is. I guess we're gonna do this legit, no rings. This is the hard mode run. Come on, move your hands over. Some versions of this game you have to hold down or it just doesn't work right. You'll come out of your spin dash and get nailed. That sucked. I don't believe I died there. That's not very nice of you, Robotnik. Alright. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe if I hit... No, I... Oh my god. I'm just gonna aim for the... I don't know why it's doing that. I just gotta, like, aim for that pocket right in the front, I guess, because... It was really stealing my speed there. Kinda crazy. Alright, there we go. Our second successful playthrough. Oh boy. We did it, folks. Oh. I think that we're probably going to end things there. Again, we did two playthroughs, and we've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. Man, time flies when you're having fun playing Sonic. Folks, if you liked what you saw here today, make sure you follow me on whatever platform you're watching me on. Usually I stream Saturday and Sunday, but every once in a while I'll do a stream or two during the week. Just depends what's going on. Thank you all for showing up. I appreciate you being there, whether you're actively chatting or just kind of lurking and hanging around. Feel free to join our Discord server. There should be a link to that somewhere. I know on Twitch it's down below in the About Me. On YouTube it should be in the community area. On Rumble I'm trying to remember where it's at. I can never remember it. But you know what? What I can do... Oh, it's not... Why is that not showing up in here? You know what? I'll just post a link. To heck with it. Stream schedule, welcome. We're gonna do this. Generate link, copy. But yeah, feel free to join the Discord server here. I post my stream schedule and, usually alerts if I'm gonna stream. I also post a lot of different Sonic related or music related stuff. Feel free to join, but no pressure. Let's see here. You gonna try something different in stream coming up? Okay, Wesker, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Feel free to check out HCF Wesker on Twitch. Those interested, he does a lot of Resident Evil and Metroid. Metroid Prime specifically. He's a cool dude. But yeah, like I said. And I hope I see you all next time. But as always, take care. I hope you have a great rest of your day, folks. But for now,